I should be live on all the other streaming platforms.
With CNN's chief political correspondent Dana Bash and Don Lemon, anchor of CNN Tonight.
The 20 Democratic presidential candidates were divided into two groups by random draw earlier this month. The first 10
Look at all those applauding brainwashed NPC.
Whoops, what the hell happened? Play, what the heck?
Tonight. Now it's time for the second 10.
Please welcome.
Okay, that wasn't me, that was them. I have no idea what the hell is going on here.
From
Live on
California,
other platforms.
Senator Kamala Harris.
Okay. So we are on other platforms. Please behave in the TTS, I beg you. If I have to, I'll turn TTS. Actually, you know what? Let's turn it off.
From New Jersey, Senator Cory Booker.
Let me get on Twitter real quick.
From New York, businessman Andrew Yang.
Because I think I just auto-tweeted something here. Yep.
From Texas, former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Julian Castro.
Delete that tweet.
From Hawaii, Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard.
So we're going to do a live commentary as we go along here.
From New York, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand.
Social alerts, let's see. Kirsten Gillibrand, my gosh. Her,
From Washington State, Governor Jay Inslee. From Colorado, Senator Michael Bennet.
whew. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's, this is a mess with these people.
From New York City, Mayor Bill de Blasio.
Oh, this guy especially. Whoo!
Ladies and gentlemen, the Democratic candidates for President of the United States.
Wait, why am I hearing myself? I shouldn't be able to hear myself. What did I do? Oh, this guy especially. Woo!
Now please rise for the
I know what I did.
presentation of colors from the James Europe VFW
There we
Post
go.
2233
Now
and
we're
the
good.
District 4 Honor Guard. And please remain standing for our national anthem, performed by Grammy and Tony Award-winning singer Dee Dee Bridgewater, who was raised in Flint, Michigan. Honor Guard. Hoot!
We'll be quiet for the national anthem. Unlike Democrats, we'll respect it.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
There's your national anthem, ladies and gentlemen. I think everyone had their hand on their heart. Yeah, I never liked those incredible, exaggerated embellishments during the national anthem. I'm a purist when it comes to a lot of things, and I just like it saying simply, normally, without going bananas.
The debate will begin right after this short break.
All right, so we have a short break coming up here. Okay, so while the commercial is going... Did you, Mr. Troll? Wow. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's see if I can get the restream chat up here so I can actually connect to my other chat channels while we're getting this situated here with this commercial break. Because that would be cool. So if any other person wants to interact on DLive or on Periscope, you'll be able to see your chat up here too. So let me add that very quickly. I need you to, let's see, where is it? Browser. All right. I should have hidden the window, so please excuse this. I'm kind of doing stuff on the fly. Yeah, I know. Let's see. We're gonna do this whole thing here. Yeah, I know. So let me do this for just a moment. There we go. I apologize for the silliness here. We're gonna try and make this work as well as we can. So I'm gonna need just a test here. Make sure that that shows up properly. Okay. So that comes up to the top. All right. Good to know. Good to know. So what we're going to do is actually this here.
Welcome back to the CNN Democratic presidential debate. Candidates, we're about to begin opening statements, but first, a quick review of the ground rules that your campaigns agreed to earlier this month to try to ensure a fair debate. As moderators, we will attempt to guide the discussion. You will each receive 1 minute to answer questions, 30 seconds for responses and rebuttals, and 15 additional seconds if a moderator asks for a clarification. The timing lights will remind you of these limits. Please respect them, and please refrain from interrupting other candidates during their allotted time. A candidate infringing on another candidate's time will have his or her time reduced. We again remind our audience inside the Fox Theater to try to remain silent when candidates are actively debating. The candidates need to be able to properly hear the questions and each other.
Let's start with opening statements. You will each receive 1 minute. Mayor Bill de Blasio, please begin.
To the working people of America, tonight I bring you a message of hope. We can make change in this country. I know
You're not
from
Obama.
personal experience it can be done. When I became the mayor of the nation's largest city, I set us on a path of bold change. They said it couldn't be done, but we gave pre-K to every child for free. We got rid of stop and frisk, and we lowered crime. We raised the minimum wage.
Crime is not lowered in
an
New
hour.
York.
Yes, it can be done.
And taxes are
Now,
through the roof
tonight,
thanks to
we
all
have
these
get
programs.
To the heart and soul of who we are as Democrats. There are good people on this stage, but there are real differences. Joe Biden told wealthy donors that nothing
Don't get me
fundamentally
banned.
would change if he were president. Kamala Harris said she's not trying to restructure society. Well, I am. For 40 years, working people have taken it on the chin in this country. For 40 years, the rich have gotten richer, and they paid less and less in taxes. It cannot go on this way. When I'm president, we will even up the score, and we will tax the hell out of the wealthy to make this a fairer country and to make sure it's a country that puts working people first.
Thank you, Mayor de Blasio. Senator Michael Bennett.
They're heckling him. They're heckling
Last
him.
week, I saw one of those Trump signs that says,
Who's this guy?
America, love it or leave it. And it was on the outside of a church. I love America, and I know we can make it better. Before coming to the Senate, I ran a large urban school district where
I couldn't tell
most
what he
of the
was
kids
yelling.
live in poverty. Those kids have exactly the same hopes that I had. Their parents have exactly the same hopes for them that my parents had for me.
Someone get this man
and
a
that
coffee.
Susan and I have for our 3 children. But for the last 3 years, we've been consumed by a president who frankly doesn't give a damn about your kids or mine.
Better?
Mr. President, kids belong in classrooms, not cages.
Wow.
And they deserve something better than a bully in the White House. Let's end this 3-ring circus in Washington. And let's make this election about reclaiming our future for our kids and our democracy. Empty promises won't beat Donald Trump. I can.
Governor Jay Inslee.
Yeah, you're right, Nexus. None of them can win.
Good evening. I'm Jay Inslee. I am running for president because the people in this room and the Democrats watching tonight are the last best hope for humanity on this planet. If we make defeating the climate crisis
No, not
the top
even
priority in the United
Trainwave.
States, we will have a fighting chance
I don't think
to save ourselves and our children's future.
I don't think Yang would have any
It has
chance
to be our
either.
top priority. My plan is one of national mobilization, quickly bringing 100% clean energy to Americans, creating 8 million good union jobs. This is a big, bold, ambitious plan for clean energy for a big, bold, ambitious nation. Middle ground approaches are not enough. We must confront the fossil fuel industry. I've been working on
Basically,
this for 25
if you want a drinking
years,
game,
and now we know
make
this.
sure
We're
that
at
bold
tipping
is on the
point,
list.
and whether we shrink from this challenge or rise to it is the vital question of our time. We Democrats believe we can still do big things in this nation. We can defeat
Correct.
the
It is a
climate
constitutional
crisis.
republic.
Let's get to work.
Senator Kirsten Gillibrand.
My grandmother taught me that nothing's impossible. She spent 2 generations
you being
organizing
president.
women in upstate New York. My mother taught me nothing's impossible. She was one of only 3 women in her
Except
law
you being
school
president.
class and worked with gay couples for basic rights. If you want to get something done, just tell me it's impossible. As a freshman senator, I was told you couldn't repeal Don't Ask, Don't Tell. Even members of my own party told me it wasn't convenient. When are civil rights ever convenient?
Wow, she is
We stood up to
pandering
the Pentagon,
so
we got it
much to
done.
the LGBT
Not impossible.
community.
10 years ago, I was
Not community,
told
the,
we couldn't pass health care for our 9/11 first responders.
Community is not an
Those
accurate word.
heroes who raced up the towers when others were coming down. Even when Congress turned its back on them, we kept fighting. Just last week, we made the 9/11 health bill permanent.
Big and bold.
Beating Donald Trump, definitely not impossible. We need a nominee who will
upstate
take
New
on
York
the
is a
big
disaster.
fight and win. We need a nominee who doesn't know the meaning of impossible.
Congresswoman
Again, you're not going to be
Tulsi
president.
Gabbard.
Impossible. Tulsi.
I love our country. It's why I enlisted after 9/11. Why I've served as a soldier for over 16 years, deployed twice to the Middle East, and serve in Congress now for almost 7 years. I know what patriotism is, and I've known many great patriots throughout my life. And let me tell you this, Donald Trump is not behaving like a patriot. As president, I will bring this spirit of real patriotism to the White House, serving the interests of all Americans, not just the rich and powerful. I'll fight for our rights and freedoms of all Americans, upholding these principles in our Constitution upon which our country was founded.
Yeah, that's
fighting for justice
pretty
and
words.
Equality for all. Fighting for every single American, regardless
not
of race
Hawaiian.
or religion,
She's like
as
Samoan.
we strive towards that more perfect union. And as president, I'll bring this unifying spirit of love for country
Keep it in your
and
pants,
the
gentlemen.
soldiers' values of service above self to the White House, truly leading a
Alt-right,
government
no, she's
of, by,
she's
and
like
for
part
the people.
Samoan and part something else.
Secretary Julian
I don't think
Castro.
she's Hawaiian. She's not a native
Thank
Hawaiian.
you, Dana, and good evening.
I could be wrong though,
You know,
but I
just
know
a few
she's part
days ago,
Samoan.
we were reminded and inspired by our fellow Americans in Puerto Rico that public service is not fundamentally about
Here's
any of
Mr.
us.
Abortion to trans women
It's about
guy.
you and your family. I want you to know that if I'm elected president,
Yes,
that
she
I
is.
will work hard every
She
single
is
day
suing Google,
so that
which
you and
actually
your
that
family
is something
can
I
have good
commend her
health care when you need it, so that your children and grandchildren can get a good education,
Castro.
so that they can reach their
Julian.
dreams, and that you can have good job opportunities, whether you live here in a big city like Detroit or in a small town in our country.
Detroit is
I
only
know
big
we
in
have a
geographic
wonderful,
kind of
special
location.
nation, but that
It
too many
doesn't really
people are
have the
struggling.
population to
And I know
fill
what
up
that's like, too.
the size. So I wouldn't call
I
it
grew
a
up with
big
a single
city.
mom in a poor neighborhood. But like many of you, I don't want to make America anything again. I don't want us to go backward. We're not going back to the past. We're not going back where we came from. We're going to move forward. We're going to make America better than it's ever been in the years to come. Let's do that together.
Andrew Yang.
If you've heard anything about me and my campaign, you've heard that someone is running for president who wants to give every American $1,000 a month. I know this may sound like a gimmick, but this is a deeply American idea, from Thomas Paine to Martin Luther King to today.
No, it's not. It's
Let me
actually
tell you
not.
why we need to do it and how we pay for it.
That is nothing
Why
American
do we
about
need
that.
to do
That's
it?
socialism.
We already automated away millions of manufacturing jobs, and chances are your job could be next. If you don't believe me, just ask an auto worker here in Detroit. How do we pay for it? Raise your hand in the crowd if you've seen stores closing where you live. It is not just you. Amazon is closing 30% of America's stores and malls and paying zero in taxes while doing it. We need to do the opposite
Actually,
of much
Amazon
of what we're
has
doing
paid
right
taxes.
now.
I don't know where they get this Amazon paying zero taxes number. Bernie says the same thing.
So let me share the math. $1,000 a month for every adult would be $461 million every month right here in Detroit alone. The automation of our jobs is a central challenge facing us today. It is why Donald Trump is our president, and any politician not addressing it is failing the American people.
Oh,
Senator
shut
Cory
up.
Booker.
Who was that person
Thank
yelling?
you, Dana.
Oh, Mr.
Last week, the
Nice
President of the
Spartacus.
United States attacked an American city, calling it a disgusting, rat-infested, rodent mess. We need a nation that understands that these tired, old language,
It's not tired old language, sucker.
Stand by, Senator.
I will stand by.
Please stand by.
What are they saying? No, I wouldn't. Even if it was 3K, I wouldn't vote for him.
Donald Trump, from Charleston to Baltimore to even the border, is using the tired old language
5 cans of mayo.
demagogues,
5 cans of mayo.
fearmongers, of racists to try to divide our country against itself. We know who Donald Trump is, but in this election, the question is, who are we as a people? We have serious problems in America. We have deep wounds and seriously, deeply rooted challenges. We desperately need to heal as a nation and move forward. Because we know in this country that our fates
that's the Guardian. I don't know if I
are
trust that.
united, that we have a common destiny. The call of this election is the call to unite in common cause and common purpose. That's how we will beat Donald Trump. That's how I will beat Donald Trump. And as your president, that's how I will govern and move us forward together.
Senator Kamala Harris.
This is an inflection moment in the history of our country. I think we all know that. This is a moment in time that is requiring us each as individuals and collectively to look in a mirror and ask a question. That question being, who are we?
The audio engineer seems to need to be fired too,
that
apparently.
Part of the answer to that question is we are better than this. So this then becomes a moment that we must fight for the best of who we are. And fight, of course, we will. And this is not a new fight for us as Americans. We have always been prepared to fight for our ideals. We have always been a nation that fights for the best of who we are. And I'll tell you, I come from fighters. My parents met when they were active in the civil rights movement. My sister Maya and I joke.
Everybody's
we grew up
parents were
surrounded by a
active in the
bunch of
civil
adults
rights
who spent full-time
movement.
marching and shouting about this thing called justice. And I am prepared to march with you, to fight with you for the best of who we are and to successfully prosecute the case of 4 more years of Donald Trump and against him.
Vice President Joe
Okay,
Biden.
she actually said prosecute the case for Donald Trump. She screwed up. That was a big gaffe. Big gaffe,
I'm
Miss
running for president
Horizontal
to
Harris.
restore the soul of this country. You know, we have a president, as everybody's acknowledged here, every day is ripping at the social fabric of this country. But no one man has the capacity to rip that apart. It's too strong. We're too good. Just look at this stage, made up of very diverse people from diverse backgrounds.
She can't even get a word straight. That's who you want for a president?
Mayors, senators, governors, congresswomen, members of the cabinet, and yes, even a vice president. Mr. President, this is America. And we are strong and great because of this diversity, Mr. President. Not in spite of it, Mr. President. So, Mr.
Nobody
President,
said
let's
that
get something straight.
this is
We
made
love
up
it.
fiction.
We are not leaving it. We are here to stay, and we're certainly not going to leave it to you.
Thank you, Vice President Biden. I want to start the debate with one of the top priorities for Democratic voters, and that is health care. Senator Harris, this week you released a new health care plan, which would preserve private insurance and take 10 years to phase in. Vice President Biden's campaign calls your plan, quote, a have it every which way approach, and says it's just part of a confusing pattern of equivocating about your health care stance. What do you say to that?
Well, they're probably confused because they've not read it. But the reality is that I have been spending time in this campaign listening to American families, listening to experts, listening to healthcare providers. And what I came away with is a very clear understanding that I needed to create a plan that was responsive to the needs of the American people, responsive to their needs, understanding that insurance companies have been jacking up the prices for far too long, that American families have to be held down by deductibles and co-pays and premiums that can cause them bankruptcy. I listened to the American families who said 4 years is just not enough to transition into this new plan, so I devised a plan where it's going to be 10 years of a transition. I listened to American families who said, I want an option that will be under your Medicare system that allows a private plan. So I designed a plan where, yes, responsive to the needs of American families, there will be a public plan under my plan for Medicare and a private plan under my plan for Medicare. Because the bottom line is this: we must agree that access to health care must be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And in America today, far too many people, in fact, 30 million people, are going without access to health care.
Thank you, Senator
Yeah,
Harris.
but
Vice
again, it's
President
going to be
Biden, your
unsustainable. It's going to
Well, my
reduce the quality of
response
health
is that,
care.
the senator's had several plans so far. And anytime someone tells you you're going to get something good in 10 years, you should wonder why it takes 10 years. If you notice, there's no talk about the fact that the plan in 10 years will cost $3 trillion. You will lose your employer-based insurance. And in fact, you know, this is the single most
He's actually
important
right on
issue
that.
facing the public. And to be very blunt and to be very straightforward, you can't beat President Trump with double talk on this plan.
Your response, Senator Harris?
Absolutely. Unfortunately, Vice
was
President
expecting an
Biden,
applause,
you're just simply
I think.
inaccurate in what you're describing. The reality is that our plan will bring health care to all Americans under a Medicare for All system. Our plan will allow people to start signing up on the first day. Babies will be born into our plan, and right now 4 million babies almost are born every day in America, or every year in America. Under our plan, we will ensure that everyone has access to health care. Your plan, by contrast, leaves out almost 10 million Americans. So I think that you should really think about what you're saying, but be reflective and understand that the people of America want access to health care and do not want costs to be
Healthcare
their
access
barrier
is
to
there.
get
This is
Senator
a
Harris,
this is
thank
a
you. Vice President Biden, your
non-debate
response?
point, honestly.
Plan, no matter how you cut it, costs $3 trillion when it is in fact employed. Number one, 10 years from now, after 2 terms of the senator being president, after her time. Secondly, it will require middle-class taxes to go up, not down. Thirdly,
That
it
is
will
true.
eliminate employer-based insurance. And fourthly, what happens in the meantime?
I'd like to respond. First of all, the cost of doing nothing is far too expensive. Second, we are now paying $3 trillion a year for health care in America. Over the next 10 years, it's probably going to be $6 trillion. We must act.
I think we need to fact check those numbers. I'm not sure if that's
people
accurate.
to sign up and get into coverage. Right now in America, we have seniors who every day, millions of seniors, are going into the Medicare system. And they are getting full coverage and the kind of coverage they need. All people should have access to health care, and costs should not
Thank
be
you,
their
Senator
barrier.
Harris. Mayor de Blasio, let's bring you in here. What's your response?
Thank you. I don't know what the Vice President and Senator are talking about. The folks I talk to about health insurance say that their health insurance isn't working for them. There's tens of millions of Americans who don't even have health insurance, tens of millions more who have health insurance they can barely make work
That is
because
nonsense.
of the copays, the deductibles, the premiums, the out-of-pocket expenses. There's this mythology that somehow all these
Reclaiming
folks
my
are in love
time.
with their insurance in America. What I hear from union members and from hardworking middle-class people is they wish they had better insurance. And
Union?
they're angry at private insurance companies that skim all the profits off the top.
Are
and make
you
it
kidding
impossible
me?
for everyday people to get coverage like mental
Union
health care.
union workers have the best insurance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Vice President
Union
Biden,
workers have the
just heard
best
Mayor de Blasio.
insurance. This
He
guy
said in
is
the
so
past
full of
that
crap.
Democrats
It's
who
not
want
even
to keep
funny.
the private insurance industry are defending a healthcare system that is not working. What's your response?
My response is Obamacare is working. The way to build this
Obamacare
and
is
get to
not
immediately is
working.
to build on Obamacare.
It was a
Go back and
disaster.
take back all the things that Trump took away, provide a public option, meaning every single person in America would be able to buy another option if they didn't like their employer plan, or if they're on Medicaid, they'd automatically be in the plan. It would take place immediately, it would move quickly, and it would ensure the vast, vast, vast majority of Americans. In the meantime, what happens? Did anybody tell you how much their plans cost? My plan cost $750 billion. That's what it costs, not $30 trillion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senator Gillibrand, you support Medicare for All. How do you feel about Senator Harris continuing to call her health proposal Medicare for All when it includes a far more significant role for private insurance than the bill you co-sponsored?
I think for the viewers in the audience right now, they're at risk of losing the forest through the trees. Because the truth is, healthcare in America should be a right. When I was a young mother and had Theo as an infant, he had an allergic reaction to eggs and his whole body turned red and puffy. I had to rush him to the emergency room. My heart is palpitating because I'm worried that his throat will close. I am not worried about not having an insurance card or a credit card in my wallet. I know whatever they're going to prescribe, whether it's an EpiPen or an inhaler, I can afford it. The truth about healthcare in America today is people can't afford it. They cannot afford it. And the insurance companies, for these plans that rely on insurance companies, I'm sorry, they're for-profit companies. They have an obligation to their shareholders. They pay their CEO millions of dollars.
They're not all for profit. Actually, Blue Cross Blue Shield is actually a non-for-profit organization.
And it should be going to healthcare. So let's not lose the forest for the trees. And last, let's not forget what the Republicans are doing. Because the truth is, the Republicans and Trump, their whole goal is to take away your health care.
Thank you.
To make it harder for you to
keep
afford
it rated R,
even
guys.
if you have
Rated X.
pre-existing
Senator
conditions.
Harris, your response.
They're sure giving Harris a lot of time.
About the Affordable Care Act, it is important that you understand that our Medicare for All plan has actually, by the architect of the Obama Affordable Care Act, been described as one of the most effective ways to bring health care to all. Kathleen Sebelius has endorsed our plan as being something that will get us to where we need to go. In terms of the point that Senator Gillibrand is raising, I couldn't agree more. Senator Biden, your plan will keep and allow insurance companies to remain with status quo, doing business as usual. And that's going to be about jacking up copays.
That surprises me, Max, because I've always heard that union health care is generally good.
Have to come out $5,000.
My plan makes the limit of copay to be $1,000 because we further support the ability to buy into the Obamacare plan. Secondly, the idea that this is somehow a bad idea. No one has to keep their private insurance. But if they would like their insurance, they should be able to keep it. Nothing is demanded in my plan that there be private insurance. It says if the 160 million people who have it say they like their employer insurance, they should have a right to have it. If they don't,
I don't believe a single word he's saying because Obama specifically said if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor, and yet they stripped that away. So I don't believe this crap.
You support Medicare for all. You also say you are not going to pull private health insurance from more than 150 million Americans in exchange for a government plan. But that's what Medicare for all would do. So how do you square that?
Well, first of all, let me just say that the person who's enjoying this debate most right now is Donald Trump, as we pit Democrats against each other, while he is working right now to take away Americans' health care. There is a court case working through the system that's going to gut the Affordable Care Act and actually gut protections on pre-existing conditions. And so I was raised by two civil rights parents who told me to always keep your eyes on the prize. And that is that in the United States of America, every Democrat should stand with the belief that everyone should have access to health care, that it's a human right. And how we get there, it has to be to end this broken system, because we are on our way in just a handful of years of literally spending 20% of our economy, one out of every
for some reason, the Periscope chats aren't showing up in my chat.
And we spend more than every other nation on everything from MRIs to insulin drugs, multiple more than other countries.
I'm going to keep an eye on the Periscope chat separately.
And so you want to know what I'm going to do?
It's not going to show on screen.
I'm going to work to get us to a point where Medicare for all, where everyone is covered. But this pitting against progressives, against moderates, saying one is unrealistic and the other doesn't care enough, that to me is dividing our party and demoralizing us in face of the real enemy here.
Thank you,
I'm
Senator.
going to keep fighting for that end.
Thank you, Senator Booker. Congressman Gabbard, what's your response?
The reality is right now we don't have a health care system. We have a sick care system, and there are far too many people in this country who are sick and unable to get the care that they need because they cannot afford it. So at the core of this problem is the fact that big insurance companies and big pharmaceutical companies who've been profiting off the backs of sick people have had a seat at the table writing this legislation. Now, Kamala Harris just talked about Kathleen Sebelius, who helped write her bill. This just pointed to the fatal flaw in her proposal. Sebelius works for Medicare Advantage, private insurance company who will stand to profit under her plan. If we're seeking to really reform our healthcare system, we've got to shut out big insurance and big pharma out of the drafting process so they cannot continue to profit off the backs of the sick people in this country who are searching and in desperate need of care.
Tulsi going for the jugular. Hot damn.
Unfortunately, Representative Gabbard got it wrong. Kathleen Sebelius did not write my plan. She endorsed it as being one of
Nobody
the plans
says
that is the best to
did
get us to a
Tulsi say
place
she
where
wrote it? I
everyone
don't
is
think
going
she
to have
said she
access
wrote
to
it.
health care in America. And when we talk about this again, I'm going to go back to Vice President Biden, because your plan does not cover everyone in America by your staff's and your own definition. 10 million people, as many as 10 million people, will not have access to health care. And in 2019 in America, for a Democrat to be running for president with a plan that does not cover everyone, I think is without excuse. Our plan covers everyone
Senator.
and gives people choice.
Thank you, Senator. Vice President Biden, your response.
My plan will cover everyone, number one. Number two, the fact is that my plan also calls for controlling drug prices. The biopharma is now where things are going to go. It's no longer chemicals. It's about all these breakthroughs we
Nice
have
one, Troll,
with the whole, dealing with the whole
19?
immune system. And what we have to do now is we have to have a form that sits in the HHS and says,
I agree,
as
Sherry,
you
an
develop
absolute
a
liar.
drug, you got to come to us and decide what you can sell it for. We will set the price. And secondly, it says that you cannot raise that price beyond the cost of inflation from this point on.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to bring in Senator Bennett. Last night on this stage, one of your Democratic rivals suggested that running on Medicare for All would get Donald Trump reelected. Do you agree with that, sir?
I agree that it makes it much more likely. Unlike others on this stage, I've been crystal clear where I've been for a decade through 2 tough races in Colorado. I believe we should finish the job we started with the
This
Affordable
guy needs
Care
like a
Act with a
drip
public
of just
option that gives
constant
everybody in this
espressos going
audience
into
the
his
chance
veins. What
to
the
pick
heck?
for their family whether they want private insurance or public insurance. It requires drug companies to be negotiated with by Medicare, and it provides competition. That is totally different from the plan that Senator Warren and Senator Sanders and Senator Harris have proposed, which would make illegal employer-based health insurance in this country and massively raise taxes on the middle class to the tune of $30 trillion, as Joe Biden said. We don't need to do that. It doesn't make sense for us to take away insurance from half the people in this room and,
Oh, you're very
and
welcome.
put huge taxes on almost everybody in this room when we can
Obsequious
pass
anarchy.
a public option,
Thank you
trust
for
the American
joining the
people
stream.
to make the right decision, and have universal health care in this country in 2
Thank you,
years,
Senator.
not 10 years.
Secretary Castro, I want to bring you in.
I need to respond.
Your response. I'll come to you right after Secretary Castro. Secretary Castro?
Well, I know that this is something very personal for all Americans. You know, I grew up with a grandmother that had diabetes, and I watched as her condition got worse and worse. That whole time, she had Medicare. I want to strengthen Medicare for the people who are on it and then expand
My
it to anybody
condolences,
who wants
Mr.
it.
Castro.
I also believe, though,
Yikes.
that if somebody has a private health insurance plan that is strong, that they want to hold on to, that they should be able to do that. What I don't believe is that the profit motive of big pharma or big insurance companies should ever determine in our great nation whether somebody gets health care or not.
Thank you, Secretary Castro. Senator Harris, Senator Bennett had
Diabetes
suggested
is
that you support
can be
banning
manageable. You can have
employer-based
some,
health insurance. Is that
depending
true?
on the form, it can be
Well,
very
first of all,
aggressive and more
with all
difficult.
due
Thank you
respect
for the hearts.
to my friend
Thank
Michael
you, thank
Bennett,
you.
my plan does not offer anything that is illegal. What it does is it separates the employer from health care, meaning that where you work will not be the kind of health care you get will not be a function of where you work. I have met so many Americans who stick to a job that they do not like, where they are not prospering, simply because they need the health care that that employer provides. It's time that we separate employers from the kind of health care people get.
That doesn't
And
make
under
any
my
sense.
plan, we do that. As it relates to the insurance and the pharmaceutical
Thank you, Senator.
companies, who will not be called in and who will not be taken to task by Senator Biden or
Oh,
Senator Bennett.
Actually, I have been
We will do
obsequious
that.
anarchy. I'm
Senator
going to call
Bennett,
you
I wanna bring you
OA
back.
because
Senator
your
Harris
name is
my
too long for me
friend
to
as
say.
well, but I have to say, if we can't admit,
I have
if
been to
we
the
can't
DMV.
admit
It's a
tonight what's in
disaster,
the
and I do
plan,
not want
which
healthcare
is
to be
banning
run like the DMV.
employer-based insurance, we're not going to be able to admit that when Donald Trump is accusing Democrats of doing that as well. We need to be honest about what's in this plan. It bans
Absolutely agreed,
employer-based
OA.
insurance
Absolutely.
and taxes the middle class to the tune of $30 trillion. Do you know how much that is? That is 70% of what the government will collect in taxes over the next 10 years.
Thank
We
you,
don't
Senator.
need to do that.
Governor,
we can
I'm
have
going
a
to come to you in a
public
second, but
option
I
and
do
have
want to.
universal health care in this country.
I do want to bring in Senator Harris because he just suggested you were not being honest.
We cannot keep with the Republican talking points on this. You gotta stop. The reality is that under my Medicare
I like how she doesn't
for All
actually
plan,
address it. She just says,
yes,
"Oh, it's just a Republican talking
employers are not
point."
going to be able to dictate the kind of
Welcome
health
back,
care
Sherry.
that their employees get. They will be able to make that decision.
Periscope is a little
Private
weird, yeah.
Insurance companies and private carriers, if they comply by our rules and play by our rules, will be able to offer those employees health care coverage under a private Medicare plan, or they can have the option of a public Medicare plan. But it is misleading to suggest that employees want what their employer is offering only. They want choice, and my plan gives that to them.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Inslee, I want to bring you in. You recently signed
Open state lines, absolutely.
a public option into law, which allows Washington state residents to purchase a state-backed plan if they want to, but this may only save families in Washington state as little as 5% off premiums. Is 5% really the kind of relief that the American people need?
No, we need universal coverage, and I'm proud of our state that has done less squabbling and actually getting things done. And I am proud that we were the first state to offer a publicly sanctioned offer of health care to our citizens. I'm also proud that we didn't stop there. We're also the first state that has taken care of our elders, our seniors. We have a
I don't even know who this
looming
guy is.
retirement wave coming up. I'm proud that our state has made them eligible to retire in dignity. I'm also proud of this, and I think we need to talk more about this as Democrats. It is time to give people adequate mental health care in this country. And we are
That is actually a good point.
we've had some success in integrating
Mental health is a big problem in this
physical
country.
health. There's no reason we should distinguish between your physiological and your mental health. And the last thing we're doing, I think it's very instructive for the nation. We know we're being eaten alive by pharmaceutical costs. We have had one of, if not the most innovative way to drive down pharmaceuticals for life-saving medications in the United States. That's a record of Washington State. I'd like to take to Washington, D.C.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor Inslee. Mr. Yang, I want to bring you in. You support a Medicare for All system. How do you respond to Governor Inslee?
Well, I just want to share a story. When I told my wife I was running for president, you know the first question she asked me? What are we going to do about our health care? That's a true story, and it's not just us. Democrats are talking about health care in the wrong way. As someone who's run a business, I can tell you flat out our current health care system makes it harder to hire. It makes it harder to treat people well and give them benefits and treat them as full-time employees. It makes it harder to switch jobs, as Senator Harris just said, and it's certainly a lot harder to start a business. If we say, look, we're going to get health care off the back.
I don't agree that it's harder to switch jobs. Nobody has a gun to the head of an employer. It's a contractual agreement between two parties. Employer agrees to give this employee a job. Employee agrees to work for employer.
Health care. It makes no sense. Ask the American people. They are sick of what the pharmaceutical companies are doing to them. Ask them what they feel about the health insurance companies. They feel it's holding back their families because they can't get the coverage they need. They get a lot of no's. They don't get a lot of help from health insurance companies. Why are we not going to be the party that does something bold, that says we don't need to be dependent
Take a shot
on private insurance? We can have a system that actually covers everyone. You know what? Donald Trump won this state of Michigan by saying he was going to disrupt the status quo. How about we be the party that's going to disrupt the status quo for working people?
Mr. Mayor, just a 15-second point of clarification. Who are you talking about? Who's fear-mongering?
Certainly, with all due respect to Senator Bennett, what he's saying is absolutely inaccurate about taxes. Americans right now are paying so much money for their health care. Ask people about the reality of premiums, deductibles,
I find it hilarious that de Blasio, of all people, criticized the cost of money that's coming out of people's pockets for health care, but he is perfectly okay for taxing people through the ass in New York City. I mean, horribly high taxes, and he keeps raising them.
This has to do with having faith in the American people that they can make the right decisions for their families, and they can choose a public option. Bernie Sanders, who said last night he wrote the damn bill, and he did, just like I wrote the damn public option bill, is the guy who says it'll cost $32 trillion and that we're going to have to raise those taxes to pay for it. He says that. Republicans don't say it. Don't try to distract from the truth.
Thank you, Senator Bennett.
You can't hide from the truth.
I want to let Mayor de Blasio, and then I'm going to come to you, Vice President Biden.
Senator, if we as Democrats say we're done with private insurance that has only hurt the American people in so many ways, we're going to give them something that works for their families, full coverage, that they can depend on. If we say that, then there's an election. The American people get to decide. The ultimate choice, Senator, is an election. And this should be the party that stands for universal health care and says, we're not going to accept anything less. Right now in America, so many people don't have the health care they need. That is a fact. Tens of millions of people, including middle-class people.
Mayor.
Give them a chance to make that decision through.
Then how about you actually go to the source of the problem instead of creating an additional source of a problem?
People with pre-existing conditions. And in fact, what we got is a public option that in fact would allow anybody to buy in. No one has to keep their private insurance. They can buy into this plan. And they can buy into it with a $1,000 deductible and never have to pay more than 8.5% of their income when they do it. And if they don't have any money...
Except that you tried that already with Obamacare, and most people were unhappy with it. Their insurance got progressively worse, and their deductibles went up.
That there will be a deductible. It will be a deductible in their paycheck. Bernie acknowledges it. Bernie acknowledges it. $30 trillion has to ultimately be paid. And I don't know what math you do in New York. I don't know what math you do in California, but I tell you, that's a lot of money. And there will be a deductible. The deductible will be out of your paycheck because that's what will be required.
Senator Harris, your response?
Yeah, let's talk about math. Let's talk about math. Let's talk about the fact that the pharmaceutical companies
point for
and
Biden.
The
that one was funny.
Last year alone profited $72 billion.
Crazy Creepy Joe. That was funny, though. I'm going to have to give it to him. That was pretty damn hilarious.
Your plan, status quo. You do nothing to hold the insurance companies to task for what they have been doing to American families. In America today, a diabetes patient's 1 in 4 cannot afford their insulin. In America today,
Thank you,
for those people who are overdosed from an opioid, there is a syringe that costs $4,000 that will save their life. It is immoral, it is untenable, and it must...
Yeah, let's not actually address the opioid epidemic and overdosing. Let's focus on the syringe cost of an overdose instead of the cause of why people are going and getting drugs.
Jail for the 9 billion opioids they sell out there. They are misrepresenting to the American people what need to be done. And lastly, here's the deal. The deal is, let's figure out how this works. We immediately are able to cover everybody who wants to get off of their insurance plan they don't like, no matter what one it is, and buy into a Medicare option. And they can buy the Gold plan, and they're not going to have to pay. Anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you. Let's move now to immigration, please. Secretary Castro, you think it should no longer be a crime to cross the U.S. border illegally. President Obama's Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson, whom you served with, says that is a public declaration that the border is, quote, effectively open to all. How is he wrong?
Thank you for that question. You know, if you elect me president, you're not electing me to follow. You're electing me to lead. And open borders is a right-wing talking point. And frankly, I'm disappointed that some folks, including some folks on this stage, have taken the bait. The only way that we're going to guarantee that we don't have family separations in this country again is to repeal Section 1325 of the Immigration and Nationality Act. That is the law that this president, this administration is using to incarcerate migrant parents and then physically separate them from their children. My immigration plan would also make sure that
this is like a carbon copy of the first debate. They're all saying the exact same things.
That we do a 21st century Marshall Plan with Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala so that we can get to the root of this challenge so people can find safety and opportunity at home instead of having to come to the United States. That's how we can be smarter, more effective, and more humane when it comes to immigration policy.
Thank you, Secretary Castro. Senator Bennett, what's your response?
I disagree that we should decriminalize our border. This is personal for me. My mom's an immigrant, and she was separated from her parents during the Holocaust in Poland. And for those reasons, I was part of the Gang of Eight that I wrote the immigration bill in 2013 with John McCain that passed the Senate with 68 votes. That gave a pathway to citizenship for the 11 million undocumented people that are here. That would pass the most progressive DREAM Act that had ever been conceived, much less passed on the floor of the Senate, and had $46 billion of border security. Every single Democrat voted for that bill.
Senator.
And a lot of Republicans. That should be our position.
Thank you, Senator.
That is our position.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Harris, you have indicated that you don't think it should be a criminal offense punishable by jail to cross the U.S. border illegally. How do you respond to Senator Bennett?
Well, again, with all due respect, after the last debate, for example, I went to a place in Florida called Homestead. And there is a private detention facility being paid for by your taxpayer dollars. A private detention facility that currently houses 2,700 children. And by the way, there were members of us, Julian was there, members of Congress. They would not let us enter the place, members of the United States Congress. So I walked down the road, I climbed a ladder, and I looked over the fence. And I'm gonna tell you what I saw. I saw children lined up single file based on gender, being walked into barracks. The policies of this administration have been facilitated by laws on the book that allow them to be incarcerated as though they've committed crimes. These children have not committed crimes and should be not treated like
crossing the border without going through the proper port of entries is a crime, Miss Attorney General of California. Well, she was the Attorney General of California, wasn't she?
We were president would ever separate a child from their parents at the border. And that is what this...
No, she's half Jamaican, half Indian. She's not really African American.
Our border into a symbol of nativist hostility. The symbol of this country before Donald Trump was president was the Statue of Liberty. That should be the symbol of the United States of America, not Donald Trump's terrible
Thank you, Senator
border.
Bennett. Senator Gillibrand, I'm going to bring you in. What's your response?
So I think when you talk about whether this should be a crime, you have to remember who we're talking about. When I was at the Texas border, I visited with women who had fled violence. A woman from El Salvador owned a small business. Gangs came to her and said, if you don't give us all your money, we're going to kill your family. That's why she fled. Another woman was...
That's what she told you. What about the evidence to back up her story? Was she truly fleeing for that reason? And that doesn't... I don't know if that even qualifies under asylum laws. Because asylum is political persecution.
To lock up women and children, to separate mothers and babies, to put them behind bars. So I don't think we should have a law on the books that can be so misused. It should be a civil violation, and we should make sure that we treat people humanely.
Thank you, Senator. Vice President Biden. In the first 2 years of the Obama administration, nearly 800,000 immigrants were deported, far more than during President Trump's first 2 years. Would the higher deportation rates resume
Exactly,
if you're
Sherry.
president?
Anybody can lie.
Absolutely not, number one. Number two, everything landed on the president's desperate locus. I found that the secretary, we sat together in many meetings. I never heard him talk about any of this when he was the secretary.
Please be respectful. Please be respectful in the crowd. Please continue, Mr. Vice President.
The fact is, I don't know if you can hear, I can hear, but anyway.
We can hear fine, Mr. Vice President. Please continue if you will.
The fact is, what the senator from New York talked about.
I can't quite make out what they're saying.
That woman, the women she spoke to, are entitled to asylum. That is not crossing the border illegally. What we should do is flood the zone to make sure we have people to make those decisions quickly. With regard to the secretary's point, I already proposed and passed $750 million for Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras to be able to change the circumstance why people fled in the first place. In addition to that, we're in a circumstance where if, in fact, you say you can just cross the border, what do you say to all those people around the world who, in fact, want the same thing to come to the United States and make their case, but they don't, that they have to wait in line?
They can do... What do you mean they don't have to wait in line?
If you cross the border illegally, you should be able to be sent back. It's a crime. It's a crime, and it's not one that, in fact...
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Secretary Castro, please, your response.
First of all, Mr. Vice President, it looks like one of us has learned the lessons of the past and one of us hasn't. Let me begin by telling you... Let me just start out by answering that question. My immigration plan would also fix the broken legal immigration system because we do have a problem with that. Secondly, The only way that we're going to guarantee that these kinds of family separations don't happen in the future is that we need to repeal this law. There's still going to be consequences if somebody crosses the border. It's a civil action. Also, we have 654 miles of fencing. We have thousands of personnel at the border. We have planes, we have boats, we have helicopters, we have security cameras.
Castro,
what we need are politicians that actually have some guts on this issue.
Thank you, Secretary. Mr. Vice President, please, your response.
I have guts enough to say his plan doesn't make sense. Here's the deal. The fact of the matter is that, in fact, when people cross the border illegally, it is illegal to do it unless they're seeking asylum. People should have to get in line. That's the problem.
Yes, but the thing is, even if they come to seek asylum, there are specific ports of entry that they have to go through.
And this practice.
Thank you.
So Biden, you're full of nonsense.
Our hearts break when we see those children at these detention
Oh, here goes the emotional.
from their parents. When we see human beings crowded into cages in abhorrent, inhumane conditions. This is about leadership.
Which is hyperbole and not really that true.
Should have both secure borders as well as humane immigration policies. We will have to stop separating children from their parents. Make it so that it's easier for people to seek asylum in this country. Make sure that we are securing our borders and making it so that people are able to use our legal immigration system by reforming those laws.
Mr. Yang, your response.
I'm the son of immigrants myself. My father immigrated here as a graduate student and generated
You don't say.
U.S. patents for GE and IBM. I think that's a pretty good deal for the United States. That's the immigration story we need to be telling. We can't always be focusing on some...
Yeah, and Trump wants more people like that. Merit-based immigration. Thank you for proving Trump's case.
You will not find wall-to-wall immigrants. You will find wall-to-wall robots and machines. Immigrants are being scapegoated for issues they have nothing to do with in our economy.
Not true at all. Not true at all.
Senator Booker, you have a plan that would, quote, virtually eliminate immigration detention. Does that mean that the roughly 55,000 migrants currently in detention would be released into the United States?
Absolutely. First of all, I just want to say, again, tonight, we are playing into Republican hands who have a very different view, and they're trying to divide us against each other. I'm listening to the language of my colleagues. No, Mr. Vice President, we are not going to just let people cross the border. An unlawful crossing is an unlawful crossing if you do it in the civil courts or if you do it through the criminal courts. But the criminal courts is what is giving Donald Trump the ability to truly violate the human rights of people coming to our country who no one surrenders their human rights. And so doing it through the civil courts means that you won't need these awful detention facilities that I've been to, seeing children sleeping on pavement, people being put in cages, nursing mothers, small children. This is not necessary. We have seen, using the civil system, piloted programs that have 100% compliance with the civil courts, where people are evaluated. If they have no justifiable reason to be here, they are returned. If they are...
Yeah, okay, so let's say you have 1,000 people going through that civil procedure. Where are you going to hold them while you have this backlog of hundreds and thousands of people coming through our nation? Because you guys want open borders.
Senator, the asylum process is a real process, and this president is ruining it. It has nothing to do with that section of the law. That's what he's doing, number one. Number two, we should, in fact, and we have proposed and we tried to get past in our administration, and I propose, significantly increasing the number of legal immigrants who are able to come. This country can tolerate a heck of a lot more people, and the reason we're the country we are is we've been able to cherry pick from the best.
No, not really. Our country has its own limitations as well. We can't bring the entire population of the world into our country. That's just ridiculous.
Thank people. And by the way, anybody who crosses a stage with a PhD should get a green card for 7 years. We should keep them here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Governor Inslee, what's your response?
I think we're missing two central statements we need to make. Number one, we can no longer allow a white nationalist to be in the White House, number one.
Here we go. The absolute ridiculous, hyperbolic charges that are profoundly untrue. This is so stupid.
It's always been a place of refuge. We got to boost the number of people we accept. I'm proud of being the first governor saying, send us your Syrian refugees. I'm proud to have been the first.
Place of refuge. Okay. Well, you know, I wonder if the Irish immigrants back then that were treated like trash by the Germans way back when, over 100 years ago, felt that way too, or the Sicilians that died in the bowels of boats just to come over here and then be treated like animals in factories and crammed like 20 people in a little tiny apartment in New York.
Communities now, they're part of our economy, they're our neighbors. Why are we even discussing on one level whether it's a civil penalty or a criminal penalty when it's an American reality? And what we need is comprehensive immigration reform once and for all to fix it. Second, Vice President Biden, I didn't hear your response when the issue came up of all those deportations. You were Vice President of the United States. I didn't hear whether you tried to stop them or not using your power.
And Sherry, you're absolutely in tune with most Americans. Most Americans don't want illegal immigrants. We want legal immigrants. We want people to come here, merit-based, follow the laws, get in line, no cutsies.
Laid before the Congress, saying that we should find a pathway to citizenship for people. He said we should up the number of people that we're able to bring into this country. Lastly, he also pointed out that we should go to the source of the problem and fix it where people were leaving in the first place. So he did. To compare him to Donald Trump, I think, is absolutely bizarre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Congresswoman,
we can't go and rule other countries. This is ridiculous. Like, we're supposed to go to Guatemala and tell them, hey, this is how you should run your country.
College should be tuition-free for undocumented immigrants as well. Do you?
Yes, I can, Owe.
I don't. I think it's important for us to fix our legal immigration system and look at the millions of undocumented immigrants in this country who have been suffering as they've been living in the shadows. And instead of putting a Band-Aid on this problem, fix our legal immigration system to provide them with that pathway to legal residency or citizenship so that they're no longer treated as second-class citizens in this country. We've got to look at the challenge that people—
They aren't citizens. How can they be second-class citizens if they are not citizens? Stop doing a word salad. Oh my God, these Democrats.
In a huge way, and I believe that it is our generation that has the bold, creative solutions to be able to solve it. This is about promise for our future, and we've got to make those kinds of investments.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Mayor de Blasio, what's your response?
Yeah, I agree with the Congress member, but I don't hear an answer from the Vice President. I'm confused. I asked the Vice President point blank, did he use his power to stop those deportations? He went right around the question. Mr. Vice President, you want to be President of the United States, you need to be able to answer the tough questions. I guarantee you, if you're debating Donald Trump, he's not going to let you off the hook. So did you say those deportations were a good idea? Or did you go to the president and say, this is a mistake, we shouldn't do it? Which one?
I was vice president. I am not the president. I keep my recommendations to him in private. Unlike you, I expect you would go ahead and say whatever was said privately with him. That's not what I do. What I do say to you is he moved to fundamentally change the system. That's what he did. That's what he did. But much more has to be done.
Yeah, and Obama actually built all those holding centers.
Mr. Vice President, you can't have it both ways. You invoke President Obama more than anybody in this campaign. You can't do it when it's convenient and then dodge it when it's not. And the second thing, and this really irks me because I heard the Vice President say that, if you got a PhD, you can come right into this country. Well, that's playing into what the Republicans want, to pit some immigrants against other immigrants. Some are from shithole countries and some are from worthy countries. We need to reform this whole immigration system and begin to be the country that says
nobody's pitting people against people. That is a ridiculous Democrat talking point.
Let the Republicans divide this party against itself.
Senator, thank you. Mr. Vice President, your
response. The fact is, that's what I said about this country. We are a country of immigrants. All of us. All of us. Some here came against their will. Others came
nonsense.
In fact, thought they could fundamentally change their lives. And they did. The statute of send us your. That's what we're talking about. That's what made us great. And the fact of the matter is, I think the President of the United States, Barack Obama, went out of his way to try to change the system, and he got pushed back significantly.
Senator Gillibrand, what's your response?
Befuddled.
Again, President Trump, under his administration, 7 children died in his custody. Under his administration, families have been torn apart.
Not entirely accurate.
This party is talking about real ideas for the future. We're talking about what we will do to change America. But we must not forget about our values. We used to believe in this country you should treat others the way you want to be treated. We used to believe in this country we should care about the least among us. Let's remind the American people who we are, why we are Democrats, and why we're running for president.
Senator Gillibrand, thank you very much. The debate will be right back right after this short break.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna lower the volume here while there's commercials on the TV boob tubes. So impressions so far. I actually watched the debate from yesterday. Yeah, I know. If this was a drinking game, yeah, we'd be all plastered, and the next day is gonna be a terrible hangover. No, I mean this is pretty ridiculous overall because this is basically a carbon copy of yesterday's debate. You had the same divisions amongst Democrats. Some saying Medicare for all, some saying no, some saying open borders essentially, some saying kind of a rewording of what Trump wants to do, really, like what Biden was saying, a merit-based immigration system. But they're not calling it that because that's the word, that's the wording that President Trump used. So this is a clever tactic of rewording things. The tomato argument, as I call it. They're saying the same thing that Republicans are saying, like as Trump is saying, and they're trying to reword it in a way that's like, oh no, our way of doing it is not that way. Our way is better, but it's not. Because they're just using they're just doing a word salad, essentially. Trying to have this emotional appeal. They're people too. Well, of course they're people too. Exactly. Same talking points, just different idiots. Sherry, you nailed it right on the head. Exactly. No, this is the problem that I have with the Democrats is that they do this sort of emotional appeal of, oh, children sleeping on the floor, oh, families being separated, oh, people saying all these sob stories, and they did this also in the previous debates talking about healthcare, saying, oh, I know this, even in this one they're talking about people they can't afford insulin. I knew people who died. I'm like, okay, listen, no system is perfect. Nobody's saying that the current healthcare system, for example, is perfect. Nobody's saying that the current immigration system is perfect. They've had years under the current president administration to fix it. When they had a super majority, the Democrats had a super majority. Instead of actually fixing things, they decided we're going to cram socialism down the throat of America. We're going to cram Obamacare down the throat of people, even though poll after poll after poll after poll, nobody wanted this garbage. And in fact, after Obamacare got shoved down people's throats, it actually increased premiums, healthcare quality went down, the plans got worse. I mean, this is absolute nonsense on the part of Democrats. It's like their past failures don't exist in their view. But the problem is there's people like me and millions of other Americans that remember their failures. I am old enough to remember their failures, okay? So they can't, and Biden especially. Biden, to me, is probably the worst candidate so far. Not because he's been saying the worst things, but because he is basically a white version of Obama. All he is saying is pretty much, I'm going to do what Obama did. Yeah, I call Obama the O-hole for a reason. And it's because he was an absolute jerk as a human being. And he made horrible, horrible policy decisions which hurt Americans at just about every level. But here we're back.
Of Mr. Vice President, Senator Booker called your new criminal justice reform plan, quote, an inadequate solution to what is a raging crisis in our country, unquote. Why is Senator Booker wrong?
Well, I think he is wrong. I think we should work together. He has a similar plan. I think that we should change the way we look at prisons. Right now, we're in a situation
there's
where
some debate about that troll JJ2G.
A drug crime, they end up going to jail.
There's some interesting pictures out there.
They should be going to rehabilitation. They shouldn't be going to prison. When in prison, they should be learning to read and write and not just sit in there and learn how to be better criminals. And when they get out of prison. They should be in a situation where they have access to everything they would have had before, including Pell Grants for education, including making sure that they're able to have housing, public housing, including they have all the opportunities that were available to them because we want them to become better citizens. That's the essence of what my plan in detail lays out. I'm happy to discuss it more in detail if the senator wants to. And so I looked at it anyway. That's what I think my plan. I know what my plan does,
Sure
and
thing,
I think
Sherry.
it's not dissimilar to what the senator said. We should be working together on getting things done.
Senator Booker, your response?
Well, my response is that this is a crisis in our country because we have treated issues of race and poverty, mental health and addiction with locking people up and not lifting them up.
And it was the black communities themselves that put this together, and Democrat policies with Clinton and the war on drugs. Spartacus
has had his name on it. And sir, those are your words, not mine. And this is one of those instances where the house was set on fire and you claimed responsibility for those laws. And you can't just now come out with a plan to put out that fire. We have got to have far more bold action on criminal justice reform.
Oh, veterans? OA? Psh, who cares about veterans, right? Yeah, nobody ever talk. The Democrats don't care about the veterans. They hardly ever talk about that. They don't really care. Because if they did, they would actually bring it up as a talking point more and more.
Is that the bills that the future president here, that the senator is talking about are bills that were passed years ago, and they're passed overwhelmingly. Since 2007, I, for example, tried to get the crack powder cocaine disparity totally eliminated. In 2007, you became mayor. And you had a police department you went out and you hired Rudy Giuliani's guy. You engaged in stop and frisk. You had 75% of those stops reviewed as illegal. You found yourself in the situation where 3 times as many African-American kids were caught in that chain and caught up. The Justice Department came after you for saying you were engaging in behavior that was inappropriate. And then, in fact, nothing happened the entire time you were mayor.
Thank you, Senator Booker. You want to respond?
Well, first of all, I'm grateful that he endorsed my presidency already, but I'll tell you this, it's no secret that I inherited a police department with massive problems and decades-long challenges. But the head of the ACLU has already said, the head of the New Jersey ACLU, that I put forth national standard-setting accountability. Mr. Vice President, I didn't interrupt you. Please show me that respect, sir. We have a system right now that's broken, and if you want to compare records, and frankly, I'm shocked that you do, I am happy to do that. Because all of the problems that he is talking about that he created, I actually led the bill that got passed into law that reverses the damage that your bills that you were, frankly, to correct you, Mr. Vice President, you were bragging, calling it the Biden crime bill up till 2015.
Thank you, Senator.
Hot damn.
The bill he talks about is a bill that in our administration we passed. We passed that bill that you added on to. That's the bill, in fact, you passed. And the fact of the matter is, secondly, there was nothing done for the entire 8 years he was mayor. There was nothing done to deal with the police department that was corrupt. Why did you announce in the first day?
Yeah, except for the fact that they actually did a study in New Jersey because they were saying that there was profiling and all that happening, and it turned out that there wasn't. So how are you going to resolve that one, Biden?
You're dipping into the Kool-Aid and you don't even know the flavor. You need to come to the city of Newark and see the reforms that we put in place. The New Jersey head of the ACLU has said that I embraced reforms, not just in action, but in deed. Sir, you are trying to shift the view from what you created. There are people right now in
Shift the you from the you tried to create. What?
Drug offenses. Because you stood up and used that tough on crime, phony rhetoric that got a lot of people elected, but destroyed communities like mine. This isn't about the past, sir. This is about the present right now. I believe in redemption.
You, Senator.
I'm happy you evolved.
I want to bring in
but
Secretary.
you've offered no redemption to the people in prison right now.
I want to bring in Secretary.
Grape flavored? I don't know. Maybe, Troll. It could be.
I agree with Senator Booker that a lot of what Vice President helped author in '94 was a mistake. And he has flip-flopped on these.
Oh, yeah. Jersey is still a horrible place. Newark is a terrible place to be in.
Bail reform, investing in public defenders, diversion programs, I'm proud that I'm the only candidate that has put forward a police reform plan, because we have a police system that is broken and we need to fix it. And whether it's the case of someone like Tamir Rice or Michael Brown or Eric Garner, where the Trump Justice Department just decided not to pursue charges, we need to ensure we have a national use of force standard and that we end qualified immunity for police officers so that we can hold them accountable for using excessive
Thank you,
force.
Secretary Castro. I want to bring in Governor Inslee. Governor Inslee, your response?
Let me suggest.
Dude, I would not do that symbol with your arm. Just saying.
See what criminal justice reform looks like. Our effort to reduce racial disparity. I'm proud that I was the first governor to offer pardons to thousands of people with drug crimes. Now we're vacating more tens of thousands. We've eliminated the death penalty. And importantly, we've done this. When people come out of the legal system and they've done their responsibility to the citizens, we need to make sure they can get a job. We have banned the box so that people can actually get a job when they come out. And I've got to argue with my friend Secretary Castro. We haven't just put forward a plan. We have adopted probably one of the best police accountability measures and train our police officers in de-escalation techniques so we have less violence.
Secretary Castro.
Yet, on average, in America, white people are shot more than blacks, though, so, okay.
Of the Department of Justice not going after Officer Pantaleo.
No, he was absolutely not thinking about his arm.
Used a chokehold that was prohibited by NYPD. He did that for 7 seconds, 11 different times. Eric Garner said that he couldn't breathe. He knew what he was doing, that he was killing Eric Garner, and yet he has not been brought to justice. That police officer should be off the street.
Mayor de Blasio, why is that police officer still on the force, the one who killed Eric Gardner?
I archive my videos on YouTube, OA. Unfortunately, I can't live stream on YouTube right now because YouTube decided to ban me for no good reason. But soon my ban will be up here in August, in the middle of August, so I'll be able to live stream up there too. But all my videos are archived on YouTube. You guys can you can find me. I should have a link in my profile. If not, let me know and I'll update my profile.
Error prosecution, and years went by, and a lot of pain accrued. And in the meantime, what I'm working on is making sure, and I have for 5 years, there will never be another tragedy. There will never be another Eric Garner because we're changing fundamentally how we police.
Thank you, Mayor.
But there's one last point I have to say about the Justice Department. The Vice President, for 2.5 of those years, Mr. Vice President, tell us, what did you do to try and spur on the Justice Department to act in the Garner case?
Thank you, Mayor de Blasio. Vice President Biden, you can respond to that.
New York is a disaster.
Made sure we reduced the federal prison population by 38,000 people, number one. Number two, we in fact insisted that we change the rules that police engage in. We provided for body cameras. We made sure that there were a lot of things that were changed in the process, but 38,000 people in the federal system were released under the system. And so the fact is that there's a lot we've done, but here's the deal. The fact is that we're talking about things that occurred a long
Thank you. Yes, please follow, subscribe, hit the bell in YouTube and everything so when I upload videos you get notified. And follow me on Facebook especially. Not Facebook, I'm sorry. Follow me on Twitter. Gab.com, Minds, and Parler.
liberties, and he chose me, and he said it was the best decision he made.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Yang, your response?
I speak for just about everyone watching when I say I would trust anyone on this stage much more than I would trust our current president on matters of criminal justice.
Oh, Orange Man bad, Orange Man bad.
In 2020. I want to share a story that a prison guard, a corrections officer in New Hampshire said to me. He said, we should pay people to stay out of jail because we spend so much when they're behind bars. Right now, we think we're saving money. We just end up spending the money in much more dark and punitive ways. We should put money directly into people's hands, certainly when they come out of prison, but before they go to prison.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. I want to bring
You were OA? I didn't do anything to any of your comments, sir. I don't block, report, or do anything in any of my chat. I don't censor, so I have no idea what happened there. I'm sorry if Periscope did something.
I sat down with Eric Garner's mother, and I can tell you, when you've lost your son, when he begged for breath, when you know because you have a video, when you know he said, "I can't breathe" so many times over and over again, when you know he used an illegal chokehold, that person should be fired. And as I was...
If someone can't breathe, can they actually say anything? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
The report would be made public, and if I wasn't satisfied, we would have a consent decree.
I want to bring in Senator Harris now. Senator Harris, you have also been quite critical of Vice President Biden's policies on race, specifically on the issue of busing in the 1970s, having benefited from busing when you were a young child. Vice President Biden says that your current position on busing, you're opposed to federally mandated busing, that position is the same as his position. Is he right?
That is simply false. And let's be very clear about this. When Vice President Biden was in the United States Senate working with segregationists to oppose busing, which was the vehicle by which we would integrate America's public schools, had I been in the United States Senate at that time, I would have been completely on the other side of the aisle. And let's be clear about this. Had those segregationists their way, I would not be a member of the United States Senate, Cory Booker would not be a member of the United States Senate, and Barack Obama would not have been in the position.
That is absolute nonsense. Absolute nonsense. There is no way for her to make such a claim.
Apart, which is that the Vice President has still failed to acknowledge that it was wrong to take the position that he took at that time. Now, I would like to also talk about this conversation about Eric Garner, because I, too, met with his mother. And one of the things that we've got to be clear about is that this President of the United States, Donald Trump, while he has been in office, has quietly been allowing the United States Department of Justice to shut down consent decrees, to stop pattern and practice investigations. On that case, we also know that...
Well, on that note, then, what is she saying? Is she actually... Did Kamala Harris just admit that minorities need white people to help them? Because otherwise they wouldn't be able to succeed? Is that what she just claimed right now? I think that's what she just claimed.
Rights Division of the United
Thank
States
you,
Department of Justice. Under my administration, the Civil Rights Division will reign, and there will be independent investigations.
Vice President Biden, I want to give you a chance to respond to what Senator Harris just said.
When Senator Harris was the Attorney General for 8 years in the state of California, there were two of the most segregated school districts in the country, in Los Angeles and in San Francisco. And she did not, I didn't see a single solitary time she brought a case against them to desegregate them. Secondly, she also was in a situation where she had a police department when she was there that in fact was abusing people's rights. And the fact was that she in fact was told by her own people that her own staff that she should...
Oh yeah, Mark. Oh yeah, that's implied by them a lot.
That you, in fact, have been, the police officer did something that did not give you information that would exculpate your client. She didn't do that.
Exculpate? What?
The federal judge said enough, and he freed 1,000 of these people. If you doubt me,
I think your dentures are coming loose, Joe.
Freed Kamala Harris.
Thank you, Vice President Biden. Senator Harris, your response?
This is simply not true. And as Attorney General of California, where I ran the second largest Department of Justice in the United States, second only to the United States Department of Justice, I am proud of the work we did, work that has received national recognition for what has been the important work of reforming a criminal justice system. And
national recognition? I don't know what she's talking about.
You passed when you were in the United States Senate for decades. It was the work of creating one of the first in the nation initiatives around re-entering former offenders and getting them jobs.
It's not true.
Special agents in the state of California, and I'm proud of that work.
I want to bring in Congresswoman Gabbard. Congresswoman Gabbard, you took issue with Senator Harris confronting Vice President Biden at the last debate. You called it a, quote, false accusation that Joe Biden is a racist. What's your response?
I want to bring the conversation back to the broken criminal justice system that is disproportionately negatively impacting black and brown people all across this country today. Now, Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence.
Oh, Tulsi's on fire.
Freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California. And she fought to keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Senator Harris, your response.
Damn, Tulsi. Woo!
As the elected Attorney General of California, I did the work of significantly reforming the criminal justice system of a state of 40 million people, which became a national model for the work that needs to be done.
An AG doesn't reform nada. They're supposed to enforce the laws.
Give fancy speeches or be in a legislative body and give speeches on the floor, but actually doing the work of being in the position to use the power that I had to reform a system that is badly in need of reform. That is why we created initiatives that were about reentering former offenders and getting them counseling. It is why, and because I know that criminal justice system is so broken, that I am an advocate for what we need to do to not only decriminalize, but legalize marijuana in the United States.
I want to bring Congresswoman Gabbard back in. Your response,
The bottom line is, Senator Harris, when you are in a position to make a difference and an impact in these people's lives, you did not. And worse yet, in the case of those who were on death row, innocent people, you actually blocked evidence from being revealed that would have freed them.
Oh my God.
To do so. There is no excuse for that. And the people who suffered under your reign as prosecutor, you owe them an apology.
Senator Harris.
My entire career, I have been personally opposed to the death penalty, and that has never changed. And I dare anybody who is in a position to make that decision, to face the people I have faced, to say, I will not seek the death penalty. That is my background. That is my work. I am proud of it. I think you can judge people by when they are under fire, and it's not about some fancy opinion on a stage, but when they're in the position to actually make a decision.
Oh yeah, Harris BTFO'd big time. Woo!
Not to seek a death penalty on cases I prosecuted. I made a very difficult decision that was not popular to not seek the death penalty. History shows that, and I am proud of those decisions.
Senator Harris, thank you very much. Senator Bennett.
Stone Cold Tulsi. Damn.
Racial divide that exists in this country today, which has been stoked by the president's racist rhetoric.
Yeah.
Nope, it's been stoked by morons like you, Don Lemon.
For everybody in this country to vote him out of office, that one thing alone should be enough. Second, Don, I want to answer your question by tagging on the conversation we were just having. This is the fourth debate that we have had, and the second time that we have been debating what people did 50 years ago with busing, when our schools are as segregated today as they were 50 years ago.
What's segregated? There's nothing segregated today as it was 50 years ago. That is absolutely ludicrous to make that claim.
And another group does. Equal is not equal. And we've got a group of K-12 schools that are good because families can spend $1 million, and you've got the Detroit public schools that are as segregated as they were. Equal is not equal.
Bull crap, buddy. Get an espresso and come back.
I believe you can draw a straight line from slavery through Jim Crow, through the banking and the redlining to the mass incarceration that we were talking about on this stage a few minutes ago. But you know what other line I can draw? 88% of the people in our prisons dropped out of high school. Let's fix our school system, and maybe we could fix the prison pipeline that we have.
Yeah, but that's not just the issue. It's also because you're breaking families. The family unit is not encouraged, which promotes a healthier lifestyle.
Humility, because I have not experienced what many Americans have. I've never been a black teenager pulled over in a white neighborhood. I've never been a woman talked over in a meeting. I've never been an LGBTQ member subject to a slur. And so I have believed I have an added responsibility, a double responsibility to deal with racial disparity. And we've talked on the way we do it, including...
Oh, please. This is absolute privilege discussion nonsense. Privilege, that sort of privilege does not exist. It is a myth.
Every single senator on this stage, as much as I respect them all, they all have an enormous error which is going to prevent our party from making any progressive progress in the United States, and it is this.
Progressive progress.
Work like the Dickens to get more Democrats elected to the Senate, right? We are going to do that. And I hope we're going to succeed. But if we get a majority in the U.S. Senate, because of the position of these senators, not a damn thing's going to get done. And I'll tell you why. With all their good intentions, and I know they're very sincere and passionate, and I respect them enormously, but because they embrace this antediluvial, a supermajority thing called the filibuster,
Diluvial? What? Are they making up words now? They're just making up words.
We got to get rid of the filibuster so we can make progress.
Get rid of the filibuster? Are you kidding me? Oh my God.
7 years running a nonprofit that helped create thousands of jobs, including hundreds right here in Detroit, as well as Baltimore, Cleveland, New Orleans. And I saw that the racial disparities are much, much worse than I'd ever imagined. They're even worse still. A study just came out that projected the average African-American median net worth will be 0 by 2053. So you have to ask yourself, how is that possible? It's possible because we're in the midst of the greatest economic transformation in our history. Artificial intelligence is coming. It's going to displace hundreds of thousands of call center workers, truck drivers, the most common job in 29 states, including this one. And you know who suffers most in a natural disaster? It's people of color, people who have lower levels of capital and education and resources. So what are we going to do about it? We should just go back to the writings of Martin Luther King, who in 1967, his book Chaos or Community, said we need a guaranteed minimum income in the United States of America. That is the most effective way for us to address racial inequality in a genuine way and give every American a chance.
No, the way you resolve any sort of inequality is provide the opportunities for everybody to partake in.
Or slammed the tweets and said to the president, and I quote here, "Help us. Send the resources that we need to rebuild America." So what would you do for Baltimore and other cities that need help?
First of all, the president is a racist, and that was just one more example of it.
There is nothing racist about saying the truth about urban cities like Detroit, Baltimore, Chicago, New York. Sections of New York are shitholes, basically. Detroit is a shithole. Baltimore is a shithole. Let's not sugarcoat this.
4-year-olds invest in improving K through 12 education and also making higher education available to everyone through tuition-free public state universities, community colleges, and job training and certification programs. I would follow up on the work that I did at HUD. We passed the most sweeping rule to further desegregate our communities in the United States. This Trump administration set that back. I would put that back in order. I would also invest in housing that is affordable because folks know that the rent is going through the roof, and we need to make sure that you don't have to get out of West Baltimore or inner city Detroit or the west side of San Antonio or anywhere if you want to reach your American dream. I want you to be able to accomplish it in your great neighborhood where you are.
Thank you, Secretary Castro. Senator Gillibrand.
Yeah, because projects have always been such high-quality living quarters.
I believe that it's the responsibility of Corey and Kamala to be the only voice that takes on these issues of institutional racism, systemic racism in our country. I think as a white woman of privilege who is a U.S. Senator running for President of the United States, it is also my responsibility to lift up those voices that aren't being listened to. And I can talk to those white women in the suburbs that voted for Trump and explain to them what white privilege actually is. That when their son,
Which doesn't exist. There's no such thing as white privilege.
pocket, wearing a hoodie, his whiteness is what protects him from not being shot.
Absolutely not true. Statistically, everything she just said is absolutely wrong.
He knocks on someone's door for help, and the door opens and the help is given. It's his whiteness that protects him from being shot.
Absolutely not true. Absolutely not true. That is absolute garbage.
Communities across America, like I did in Youngstown, Ohio, to a young mother, that this is all of our responsibilities and that together we can make our community stronger.
Thank you, Senator Gillibrand. Let's now turn to the issue of the climate crisis. The United Nations says the world needs to cut all carbon emissions by 2050 or risk facing disastrous consequences. Governor Inslee.
Which they said 10 years ago, which they said 20 years ago, that if whatever the year, there would be a no turning back point. They've been talking about climate change since the 1960s, saying the Great Freeze was going to ruin everything.
I know the firsthand terrific impact of climate change on Americans across the country already. The family who I saw with their aluminum home, now just a pile of molten aluminum. They lost everything in the Paradise fires. The nonprofit in Davenport, Iowa, that was washed away in the floods. We have to act now. Look, climate change is not a singular issue. It is all the issues that we Democrats care about. It is health. It is national security. It is our economy. And we know this: middle ground solutions, like the Vice President has proposed, or sort of middling, average-sized things are not going to save us. Too little, too late is too dangerous. And we have to have a bold plan, and mine has been called the gold standard. Now, we also need to embed...
Can I default on all my loans then? Since, the world's ending? Do I have to pay them off?
Okay. Right next to an oil refinery where the kids have asthma and they have cancer clusters. And after talking to these folks, I believe this. It doesn't matter what your zip code is. It doesn't matter what your color is. You ought to have clean air and clean water in America. That's what I believe.
Vice President Biden, I'd like to get you to respond. Governor Inslee just said that your plan is middling.
There is no middle ground about my plan. The fact of the matter is, I call for the immediate action to be taken. First of all, one of the things that we're responsible for 15% of all the pollution in the country. He's right about how it affects people, and it affects neighborhoods, particularly poor neighborhoods. But here's the deal. In that area, there's also another piece. 85% of it is something I helped negotiate, and that is the Paris Climate Accord. I would immediately rejoin that Paris Accord. I would make sure that we up the ante, which it calls for. I would be able to bring those leaders together who I know.
Well, what about the countries that actually do a lot more polluting than we do?
And I would raise the standard.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
also
Vice
invest $400 billion in research for new alternatives to deal with climate change.
Mr. Yang,
and that's
your
bigger than any other person.
The important number in Vice President Biden's remarks just now was that the United States is only 15% of global emissions. We like to act as if we're 100%, but the truth is, even if we were to curb our emissions dramatically, the Earth is still going to get warmer.
And he actually has a valid point there.
The last 4 years have been the 4 warmest years in recorded history.
Not about being warmer per se, but at least the fact that we're not the biggest contributing factor.
We need to do everything we can to start moving the climate in the right direction, but we also need to start moving our people to higher ground. And the best way to do that is to put economic resources into your hands so you can protect yourself and your families.
I was challenged by...
Oh, I thought he meant physically higher ground. I'm like, we have to all move to mountaintops? I was like, what?
Lines are set by science. Mr. Vice President, your argument is not with me, it's with science.
Actually, no, it's not science, because those data models that are used by these so-called scientists are manipulated, incorrect, pruned for political purposes.
In our electrical grid in 15, your plan simply does not do that. I've heard you say that we need a realistic plan. Here's what I believe.
No, I didn't say that.
Here's what I believe.
Nice one, Owe. Nice.
The kind of plan we need, and that's the kind I have.
My plan calls for 500,000 charging stations around the country, so by 2030, we're all electric vehicles. My plan calls for making sure that we have $400 billion invested in technologies to learn how to contain what we're doing, creating 10 million new jobs. We will double offshore wind. We will end any subsidies for coal or any other fossil fuel. But we have to also engage...
Oh, so basically he wants to destroy the coal and fossil fuel industry altogether if he's not going to provide any subsidies whatsoever. Nice, Biden. Nice.
Would there be any place for fossil fuels, including coal and fracking, in a Biden administration?
No, we would work it out. We would make sure it's eliminated and no more subsidies for either one of those, any fossil fuel.
So not only does he want to hurt, middle-class working Americans, he wants to basically destroy the economy.
We have to stop using coal in 10 years, and we need a president to do it or it won't get done. Get off coal, save this country and the planet. That's what I'm for.
Senator Harris, your response?
I mean, I have to agree with Governor Inslee, and I'm going to just paraphrase one of your great sayings, Governor, which is we currently have a president in the White House who obviously does not understand the science. He's been pushing science fiction instead of science fact. The guy thinks that wind turbines cause cancer, but what in fact they cause is jobs. And the reality is that I would take any Democrat on this stage over...
Did she just say that the windmills cost jobs? They cost jobs, okay.
a Green New Deal. On day one as president, I would re-enter us in the Paris Agreement
Senator.
and put in place so we would be carbon neutral by 2030.
Thank you, Senator. I want to talk about that with Senator Gillibrand.
So $30 trillion for the Green New Deal, absolute crap. And then another $30 trillion for her healthcare stuff. She basically wants to crater our economy.
Security for everyone in America. Explain how that's realistic.
So the first thing that I'm going to do when I'm president is I'm going to Clorox the Oval Office. The second thing I'm going to do is I will re-engage on global climate change. And I will not only sign the Paris Global Climate Accords, but I will lead a worldwide conversation about the urgency of this crisis. The greatest threat to humanity is global climate change. I visited a family in Iowa who water spewed into her home. Fran Parr, it tossed her refrigerator upend. All the furniture was broken, all the dishes were broken, and mud was everywhere. That is the impact of severe weather right now on families' lives. And so the truth is we need a robust solution. When John F. Kennedy said, I want to put a man on the moon in the next 10 years, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. He knew it was going to be a measure of our innovation, our success, our ability to galvanize worldwide competition. He wanted to have a space race with Russia. Why not have a green energy race with China? Why not have clean air and clean water for all Americans? Why not rebuild our infrastructure? Why not actually invest in the green jobs? That's what the Green New Deal is about.
Thank you.
Not only will I pass up...
Because the Green New Deal doesn't talk about just climate. That's the problem, you dope.
Respond.
Oh, first of all, this is personal. You can imagine I grew up in Hawaii, which is the most remote island chain in the world. So for us, growing up there, protecting our environment was not a political issue. It's a way of life. It's part of our culture. It's part of who we are. This is why, as a member of Congress, long before there was ever a Green New Deal, I introduced the most ambitious climate change legislation ever in Congress called the Off Fossil Fuels Act. That actually laid out an actionable plan to take us from where we are today to transition off of fossil fuels and invest in green renewable energy, invest in workforce training, invest in the kinds of infrastructure that we need to deal with the problems and the challenges that climate is posing to us today.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Senator Booker, what's your response? Is the job guarantee in the Green New Deal realistic?
I just want to take, first of all, a step back and say that I agree wholeheartedly with Governor Inslee. It's one of the reasons why Greenpeace ranks me and him at the top of this entire field of their candidates on climate.
Close. Second, but close. You're just close.
I want to say very clearly, thank you, man. Thank you. I'll try harder. Look, the reason why is because, first of all, this problem didn't start yesterday. Science didn't become a reality yesterday. This has been going on for years. There was another president that would not join an international accord. Then it was the Kyoto Accords. I was mayor then. And I stood up in national leadership, joining with other mayors to say climate change is not a separate issue. It must be the issue and the lens with which we view every issue. Nobody should get applause for rejoining the Paris Climate Accords. That is kindergarten. We have to go to far advance and make sure that everything from our trade deals, everything from the billions of dollars we spend to foreign aid, everything must be sublimated to the challenge and the crisis that is existential, which is dealing with the climate threat. And yes, the majority of this problem is outside the United States, but the only way we're going to deal with this is if the United States leads.
Thank you, Senator. Mayor de Blasio, your administration has come under fire after hundreds of children living in New York City public housing tested positive for elevated levels of lead. As you know, we're not far from Flint, Michigan, where residents are still dealing with the consequences of having lead in their drinking water. How can you assure the people of Flint and across the nation that you are the right person to handle such a problem?
We have a huge problem, and it's decades old in New York, but here's what we've done about it. We've declared the eradication of all lead, literally ending the notion of lead poisoning once and for all as the goal of our administration, and we're doing something about it. Lead poisoning has gone down 90% since 2005, and we're going to literally bring it down to zero, because we're going to go into every place, buildings, schools, public housing, and take out that lead, remediate that lead once and for all. And that needs to be done all over this country. Now, the federal government used to not take any responsibility for our public housing. For decades, they've been disinvesting in the public housing that was supposed to be a federal.
Yeah, I agree, OA. That's definitely a state issue. I don't know if that's necessarily something that the federal government needs to... It's not in its purview, as someone said.
You do not accept the status quo. You fix it. And so we are going into every one of those...
Make lead great again.
And then we are going to eradicate that lead once and for all. And there should be a federal mandate to do the same for Flint, for Detroit, for every place in this country.
Thank you,
It
Mr.
can
Mayor.
be done.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Secretary Castro, why are you the right candidate to solve this problem? Please respond.
Well, because people don't have to wonder what I would do. I've actually done it. I was Secretary of Housing and Urban Development when Flint had its water crisis. I went to Flint. We did what we could to help folks get water filters. And then we didn't stop there. We improved the standard of how we deal with elevated blood lead levels in children. A lot of Americans don't know that this is still a major problem out there. I was back in Flint about 6 weeks ago, and I released a plan to invest $50 billion.
Yeah, you're right, Mandalorian. The inner cities have been democratically run for 30, 40, even 50 years in some case, and they are an absolute disaster.
Percentage points, which was critical to Donald Trump winning the state's 16 electoral votes. Now there is a big debate within the Democratic Party here and around the country about the best way that Democrats can win back Michigan. Vice President Biden, last night on this stage, Senator Elizabeth Warren said, quote, "We're not going to solve the urgent problems that we face with small ideas and spinelessness. We're going to solve them by being the Democratic Party of big structural change."
Michigan should stay red.
Worry that your proposals are not ambitious enough to energize the progressive wing of your party, which you will need to beat Donald Trump?
Because we did it. I was asked to manage an $87 billion plan to be spent in a total of 18 months that revived this state and many others and it kept us out of a depression with 0.2% of waste or fraud.
I would even argue, that's ridiculous. I would argue that we weren't close to a depression, actually. That was a talking point back then, and it's a talking point now.
In this state. Number three, I also was asked, as the mayor of Detroit can tell you, by the President of the United States to help Detroit get out of bankruptcy and get back on its feet. I spent better part of 2 years out here working to make sure that it did exactly that. We invested significantly in this city, in transportation, anyway, the point is we've made significant investments in this state. I expect in this city, I suspect that's why the mayor endorsed me.
Thank you, Vice President Biden.
Endorse the senator.
Senator Gillibrand, what's your response?
To the people of Michigan, I know exactly how I beat President Trump. I've already done it. I took a bus tour to talk about Trump's broken promises here in Michigan.
Oh, she did a bus tour. Give her the presidency.
Trade deals. He started a trade war with China, and he just signed on to another bad trade agreement with NAFTA 2.0, a giveaway to drug companies in Mexico. I took the bus to Michigan, to Ohio, and to Pennsylvania, telling people that he has broken his promises to them. I lifted up their voices, I listened to their concerns, and I offered real solutions. And I've done this before.
Saying Orange Man bad is not, I've done something. Oh my God.
I can bring people together in red, purple, and blue areas.
Thank
but
you,
more
Senator
than that,
Gillibrand.
I can get things done.
Mr. Yang, in poll after poll, Democratic voters saying that having a nominee who can beat President Trump is more important to them than having a nominee who agrees with them on major issues. And right now, according to polls, they say the candidate who has the best chance of doing that, of beating President Trump, is Vice President Biden. Why are they wrong?
Well, I'm building a coalition of disaffected Trump voters, independents, libertarians, and conservatives, as well as Democrats and progressives. I believe I'm the candidate best suited to beat Donald Trump. And as for how to win in Michigan and Ohio and Pennsylvania, the problem is that so many people feel like the economy has left them behind. What we have to do is we have to say, look.
Actually, that's not true. Wages are up, unemployment down. Every demographic has had improvement over improvement. That's just a lie.
Expectancy has declined for the last 3 years. And I like to talk about my wife who's at home with our 2 boys right now, one of whom is autistic. What does her work count at in today's economy? 0, and we know that's the opposite of the truth. We know that her work is among the most challenging and vital. The way we win this election is we redefine economic progress to include all the things that matter to the people in Michigan and all of us, like our own health, our well-being, our mental health, our clean air and clean water, how our kids are doing, if we change the measurements for the 21st century economy to revolve around our own well-being, then we will win this election.
Congresswoman Gabbard, your response?
Donald Trump won this election because far too many people in this country felt like they've been left behind by both political parties, by self-serving politicians on both sides who are more interested in partisan politics than they are in actually fighting for the people.
Whom are all on this stage as well, including you. You're a hypocrite, actually.
The fact that people in Flint, Michigan are still being left behind, still being poisoned by the water in their system, because every single month we are spending $4 billion on a continuing war in Afghanistan, $4 billion every single month, rather than ending that war, bringing our troops home and using those precious resources into serving the needs of the people here in this country, people and communities like Flint. That's the kind of leadership that I'll bring.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Senator Booker, your response?
Oh, take your Tulsi crush and put it somewhere else, buddy. This is my stream. I'm in control.
Truth and call. This is a case for the Democratic Party. The truth will set us free. We lost the state of Michigan because everybody from Republicans to Russians were targeting the suppression of African-American voters.
Oh, shut up. Nobody suppressed any votes. Where's your evidence, potato head? Where? Where's the evidence? Where?
Ready for what's coming. An all-out assault, especially on the most valuable voter group in the highest performing voter group in our coalition, which is black women. And so I will be a person that tries to fight against voter suppression, that can activate and engage the kind of voters and coalitions that are going to win states like Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin.
Thank you, Senator Harris.
First of all, Donald Trump came in making a whole lot of promises to working people that he did not keep. He said he was going to help farmers.
He actually delivered on just about every one of his promises. The only problems he's run into is opposition by the Democrats.
Perhaps hundreds of thousands will be out of jobs by the end of the year. Jerome Powell just dropped the interest rates, and he admitted why. Because of this so-called trade policy that this president has that has been nothing more than the Trump trade tax that has resulted in American families spending as much as $1.4 billion more a month on every...
Oh, say it, OA. Say it, say it, say it, say it. You want to say it, say it.
He betrayed American families, and he will lose this election because folks are clear that he has done nothing except try to beat people down instead of lift people up, and that's what we want in the next president of the United States.
Thank you, Senator Harris.
We don't need pretty words. We want a strong economy, more jobs, lower unemployment. That's absolute nonsense. Nonsense. And the whole thing with Flint, actually, let me say one real quick thing while we're on break here. Flint, the problem with Flint, if people actually look into how the whole water situation happened there, was that Flint used to get water from Detroit, actually, because the Detroit water system is what provided water all the way up to Flint. They decided against better judgment to switch over to their own independent water system, which they screwed up. The leadership of that city screwed up, which, if I'm not mistaken, I think it belongs to a certain party. Just saying. So let's not pretend that everybody, like the Democrats and Democratic leadership at the local level, that are responsible for the switch over because they wanted to have their own water system, have clean hands over this thing. But while we're on break, I just want to remind everyone, I want to first of all thank everyone for watching the stream with me and you know, being patient with me, almost losing my mind over how ridiculous this whole thing is and how stupid the talking points are from the Democratic side. Unbelievable. There is some factories. I believe that there is a factory up there in Flint. I'm not sure. But in Michigan, you have the big three, basically. You got Ford, you got GM, and then you got, like, the third, like Chrysler. Now that's Fiat and things like that. So they're kind of strewn all over Metro Detroit. But while we're on break, General Motors, GM, yeah. So basically, all I just want to say is, once again, find me on social media. Make sure you share, because Twitter is screwing with my followers. I cannot breach 7,000 to save my life, and no matter how many people I see follow me, I keep dropping in my numbers. So I'm pretty sure that something's going on the Twitterverse side of things. So please share, follow. I really appreciate that, and follow me on other social media as well, like Gab.com. I'm on Gab. I'm on Minds. I'm on Parler. Sort of. I mean, OA, they basically paid off all their debts that they had, so they kind of are sort of back to being just their own thing, but it's still GM. I mean, it's not like they have the best quality of vehicles. Just saying. And also, I archive all my episodes. This is kind of an exceptional thing. I'm doing a live commentary, but I want to do more of this kind of stuff. So check out BitChute. Check out my Periscope. Check out YouTube, because I do upload all my videos on YouTube. And, subscribe to all those things, because sometimes... Oh, I'm on DLive.tv as well, and Bitwave.tv, the chat room that you see in the stream right now. That's Bitwave.tv, the absolute pinnacle of free speech. Say whatever you want. You're not going to get banned. You don't even need to make an account to participate. You can just have a general account there that you can join. All right, we are back.
We want to turn now to the economy. Secretary Castro, this was for you. Wage growth is up, stocks are rising, unemployment is near historic lows, including for Latinos and African Americans. You have all outlined plans, but you in particular, that could end up raising taxes. How can you guarantee that won't hurt the economy?
Well, first of all, there are a lot of Americans right now that are hurting. Just go and ask the folks that just received notice that they're going to get laid off by General Motors, or ask the many folks who are sleeping on the streets in big cities and small towns across the United States, or ask fast food workers that I joined a couple of weeks ago that are working for minimum wage and can't provide for their families or pay the rent. So the idea that...
Thank you for the lemon alt-right on DLive. That's strange, though. I don't see it. I didn't see the notification.
Like he did this. We've now had about 105 straight months of positive job growth, the longest streak in American history. Over 80 months of that was due to President Barack Obama. Thank you, Barack Obama. Thank you, Barack Obama.
Oh, this whole nonsense. Dude, it's been 3 years. Drop it. Obama's economy was garbage.
Making sure they had the knowledge and skills to compete in the 21st century economy, ensuring that they can afford the rent where they live, and that they have health care so that they don't have to worry about going homeless because they can't afford a medical procedure.
Thank you, Secretary Castro. I want to turn now to a question about trade, and for Congresswoman Gabbard. Many saw the...
He really didn't answer the question, though.
...partnership issue as something that would be a critical tool to deal with the rise of China. You were against it. How would you ensure that the United States is able to remain competitive against China on the world stage?
By pushing for fair trade, not trade deals that give away the sovereignty of the American people and our country, that give away American jobs, and that threaten our environment. These are the three main issues with that massive trade deal, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. I think the central one was the fact that it gave away our sovereignty to a panel of international corporations whose rulings would supersede any domestic law that we would pass, either a federal law or a state or a local law. This is extremely dangerous and goes against the very values that we have as a country. What to speak of the fact that it would have a negative impact on domestic jobs and that it lacked clear protections for our environment. These are the things that we have to keep at the forefront as we look to enact fair trade deals with other countries to make sure that we continue to be a thriving part of our global economy.
So to be clear, Congresswoman, would you keep President Trump's tariffs on China in place?
I would not, because the approach that President Trump has taken has been extremely volatile without any clear strategic plan, and it has a ravaging and devastating effect on our domestic manufacturers, on our farmers who are already struggling and now failing to see the light of day because of the plan that Trump has taken.
Vice President Biden.
That's actually inaccurate. I mean, he's dealing with the countries one-on-one. He has a very clear strategy with them. He's not doing a blanket policy.
Economy. In order, either China is going to write the rules of the world for the 21st century on trade, or we are. We have to join with the 40% of the world that we had with us, and this time make sure that there's no one sitting at that table doing the deal unless environmentalists are there and labor is there. And to make sure we equip our workers first to compete by investing in them now, in the things to make them more competitive. That's what we have to do. Otherwise, they are going to write the rules of the road. We must.
Okay, why didn't she do that in your 30 or 40 years in government?
Would you or would you not rejoin the TPP, yes or no?
I would not rejoin the TTP as it was initially.
TPP, buddy, not TTP.
We renegotiate pieces of that with the Pacific nations that we had in South America and North America so that we could bring them together.
That's right, Zero. Joe, keep your hands where we can see them, okay? I don't know if you're hiding some kids behind that podium.
How trade should be conducted. Otherwise, they're going to do exactly what they're doing, fill the vacuum, and run the table.
Thank you, sir. Mayor de Blasio, you also oppose the deal. Please respond.
Yeah, and I would just want to ask this question of all the candidates, but particularly of Vice President Biden. President Trump is trying to sell NAFTA 2.0. He's got a new name for it. It's just as dangerous as the old NAFTA. It's going to take away American jobs like the old NAFTA, like it did to Michigan. And we cannot have Democrats be party to a new NAFTA. So,
wait,
Vice President,
how is everybody against NAFTA now? Everybody was calling NAFTA the gold standard. Hillary Clinton was too. Everybody loved it in the Democrat side. Now all of a sudden it's bad? What?
is trade treaties that empower organized labor across the boundaries of the world and give working people power again, not just multinational corporations.
Yes.
Your response? Your response, sir?
Yes.
That's it?
No, he said, would I insist that labor be engaged? The answer is yes.
I consider that a victory.
Well, I love your affection for me. You spent a lot of time with me.
You know what? We believe in redemption, Joe. We believe in redemption in this party.
Well, I tell you what, I hope you're part of it.
Okay, I want to ask a question of Senator Bennett now. Senator, CNN reached out to Michigan Democratic primary voters for their most pressing question. Ferris from Flint, Michigan, has this question. Here in Detroit, our economy has seen firsthand how technology and automation can displace workers and create uncertainty around human job security. How would you balance these disruptions created by technology with the beneficial impact of technology on our economy?
Dana, this goes to the last question you asked as well, which is how are we going to remain competitive? It's not just about trade, which we were talking about earlier. It's about whether we're going to invest in this country anymore. Since 2001, we have cut $5 trillion worth of taxes. Almost all of that has gone to the wealthiest people in America. We have made the income inequality worse, not better, through the policies of the federal government. We've spent $5.6 trillion in the Middle East. That's $12 or $13 trillion that, from the point of view of driving the economy in Michigan or anywhere else in America, we might as well just have lit that money on fire. We've got to stop doing that. And
that's a good argument for smaller government, which conservatives have been arguing for over 40, 50 years.
We could have fixed every airport that needs to be fixed. We could have fixed not just Flint, but every water system in this country. We could have made Social Security solvent for my children.
Thank you, Senator.
But we did none of it because of self-serving politicians in Washington, D.C., who voted for deals that were good for them,
Senator Bennett,
but not
thank you
for
very
Michigan
much.
or the American
Your time is up, sir. Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang, women, on average, earn 80 cents, about 80 cents, for every dollar earned by men.
That is a ridiculous number. It's not true. There is no pay gap.
As an entrepreneur, do you think a stiff fine will change how companies pay their female employees?
I have seen firsthand the inequities in the business world where women are concerned, particularly in startups and entrepreneurship. We have to do more at every step. And if you're a woman entrepreneur, the obstacles start not just at home, but then when you seek a mentor or an investor, often they don't look like you, and they might not think your idea is the right one.
Okay, that is absolute nonsense because I am an entrepreneur myself, actually. I'm not going to go into a lot of details about what I've tried to do, but uh, anybody that's starting a business has obstacles, okay?
But right now is stuck where she is. What we have to do is we have to give women the economic freedom to be able to improve their own situations and start businesses. And the best way to do this is by putting a dividend of $1,000 a month into their hands. It would be a game changer for women around the country.
Please.
Because we know that women do more
That is so stupid.
compensated work in our society. It will not change unless we change it. And I say that's just what we do.
Senator Harris, your response.
Men and women do a lot of work in society.
Which is this. Since 1963, when we passed the Equal Pay Act, we have been talking about the fact women are not paid equally for equal work. Fast forward to
That's not true, though. If you actually look at the real numbers, women earn, on average, pretty much the same as men, if not in some cases more.
conversation. So yes, I am proposing, in order to deal with this, one, I'm going to require corporations to post on their website whether they are paying women equally for equal work. Two, they will be fined for every 1% differential between what they are paying men and women. They will be fined 1% of their previous year's profits.
Okay, according to what criteria then? According to what criteria are you going to measure that, though?
Companies help solve the problem?
I think we have to have a broader conversation about whether we value women and whether we want to make sure women have every opportunity in the workplace. And I want to address Vice President.
That is so stupid.
When the Senate was debating middle class
Whether we value women.
care, he wrote an op-ed. He voted against it, the only vote. But what he wrote in an op-ed was that he believed that women working outside the home would, quote, create the deterioration of family. He also said that women who were working outside the home were, quote, avoiding responsibility. And I just need to understand, as a woman who's worked my entire career as the primary wage earner, as the primary caregiver, in fact, my second son, Henry, is here. And I had him when I was a member of Congress. So under Vice President Biden's analysis, am I serving in Congress resulting in the deterioration of the family because I had access to quality, affordable daycare? I just want to know what he meant when he said that.
That was a long time ago, and here's what it was about. It would have given people making today $100,000 a year a tax break for child care. I did not want that. I wanted the child care to go to people making less than $100,000, and that's what it was about. As a single father, who in fact raised 3 children for 5 years by myself, I have some idea what it cost. I support making sure that every single solitary person needing child care get an $8,000 tax credit now. That would put 700,000 women back to work, increase the GDP by almost 0.8%. It's the right thing to do. If we can give tax breaks to corporations for these things, why can't we do it this way?
But Mr. Vice President, you didn't answer my question. What did you mean when you said when a woman works outside the home, it's resulting in, quote, the deterioration of family?
No,
and that we are avoiding, these are quotes, it was the title.
That would basically encourage much more children out of wedlock if you just give people money for the fact that they're popping out children. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Wage earners, they actually have to put food on the table. 8 out of 10 moms are working today. Most women have to work to provide for their kids. Many women want to be working to provide for their communities and to help people.
Let the Vice President
either you
respond.
don't believe it today, or
By the way, you know, all this discussion, let's not even worry about how these kids are raised with not having actual parents around. You know, that's not a concern for any of these morons.
Situation is one that I don't know what's happened. I wrote the Violence Against Women Act, Lilly Ledbetter. I was deeply involved in making sure the equal pay amendments. I was deeply involved in all these things. I came up with the It's On Us proposal to see to it that women were treated more decently on college campuses. You came to Syracuse University with me and said it was wonderful. I'm passionate about the concern making sure women are treated equally. I don't know what's happened except that you're now running for president.
So I understand, Mr. Vice President, I respect you deeply. I respect you deeply. But those words are very specific. You said women working outside the home would lead to the deterioration of family. My grandmother worked outside the home.
So
my mother worked outside the home.
Yeah, and look how you turned out. He was right.
Longer believes it. I mean, I just think he needs to.
I never believed it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Senator Harris, please respond.
Well, listen, I mean, talk about now running for president and you change your position. On the Hyde Amendment, Vice President, where you made a decision for years to withhold resources to poor women to have access to reproductive health care, and including women who were the victims of rape and incest. Do you now say that you have evolved and you regret that? Because you've only, since you've been running for president this time, said that you in some way would take that back, or you didn't agree with the decision that you made over many, many years. And this directly impacted so many women in our country. And I personally prosecuted rape cases and child molestation cases. And the experience that those women have, those children have, and that they would then be denied the resources,
Senator. Let the Vice President respond,
I think
please.
is unacceptable.
The fact is that the senator knows that's not my position. Everybody on the stage has been in the Congress, and the Senate or House has voted for the Hyde Amendment at some point. The Hyde Amendment in the past was available because there was other access for those kinds of services provided privately. But once I wrote the legislation making sure that every single woman would in fact have an opportunity to have health care paid for by the federal government, everyone, that could no longer stand. I support a woman's right to choose. I support it's a constitutional right. I've supported
Murder is not a constitutional right, Biden.
That the Congress legislates that is the law.
And it should not be funded by the federal government or state government or any government.
Why did it take so long until you were running for president to change your position on the Hyde Amendment?
Because there was not full federal funding for all reproductive services prior to this point.
Okay. Thank you. Governor Inslee, your response?
I would suggest...
Kamala Harris got shut down, I gotta say.
I would suggest we need to think about a bigger scandal in America, which is that in professions and careers where women have been more than the majority, they have been almost always underpaid. And that is why this year I'm proud to be the governor.
That is a complete misrepresentation.
And I believe that is long, long overdue. I think it is true for nursing staff as well, and I'm glad that we've now passed new measures. And I'm glad that we've increased our union membership 10%
Thank you,
so
Governor.
unions can
Thank you,
stand
Governor
up for
Inslee.
women
I want
as
to
well.
turn to foreign policy, if we can. Senator Booker, there are about 14,000 U.S. service members in Afghanistan right now. If elected, will they still be in Afghanistan by the end of your first year in office?
Well, first of all, I want to say very clearly that I will not do foreign policy by tweet, as Donald Trump seems to do all the time. A guy that literally tweets out that we're pulling our troops out before his generals even know about it is creating a dangerous situation for our troops in places like Afghanistan. And so I will bring our troops home, and I will bring them home as quickly as possible. But I will not set during a campaign an artificial deadline. I will make sure we do it expeditiously, we do it safely to not create a vacuum that's ultimately going to destabilize the Middle East and perhaps create the environment for terrorism and for extremism to threaten our nation.
You mean like Obama did with Iraq and created ISIS?
This is real in a way that's very difficult to convey in words. I was deployed to Iraq in 2005 during the height of the war, where I served in a field medical unit where every single day I saw the high cost of war. Just this past week, 2 more of our soldiers were killed in Afghanistan. My cousin is deployed to Afghanistan right now. Nearly 300 of our Hawaii National Guard soldiers are deployed to Afghanistan. 14,000 service members are deployed there. This is not about arbitrary deadlines. This is about leadership. The leadership I will bring to do the right thing, to bring our troops home within the first year in office, because they shouldn't have been there this long. For too long, we've had leaders who have been arbitrating foreign policy from ivory towers in Washington without any idea about the cost and the consequence, the toll that it takes on our service members, on their families. We have to do the right thing, end these wasteful regime change wars, and bring our troops home.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Mr. Yang, Iran has now breached the terms of the 2015 nuclear deal after President Trump withdrew the U.S. from the deal. And that puts Iran closer to building a nuclear weapon, the ability to do so at the very least. You've said if Iran violates the agreement, the U.S. would need to respond, quote, very strongly. So how would a President Yang respond right now?
I would move to de-escalate tensions in Iran because they're responding to the fact that we pulled out of this agreement. And it wasn't just us and Iran. There were many other world powers that were part of that multilateral agreement. We'd have to try and re-enter that agreement, renegotiate the timelines because the timelines now don't make as much sense. But I've signed a pledge to end the forever wars. Right now, our strength abroad reflects our strength at home. What's happened, really? We've fallen apart at home, so we elected Donald Trump. And now we have this erratic and unpredictable relationship with even our long-standing partners and allies. What we have to do is we have to start investing those resources to solve the problems right here at home. We've spent trillions of dollars and lost thousands of American lives in conflicts that had unclear benefits. We've been in a constant state of war for 18 years. This is not what the American people want. I would bring the troops home, I would de-escalate tensions with Iran, and I would start investing our resources in our own communities.
Governor Inslee, your response?
Well, I think that these are matters of great and often difficult judgment, and there is no sort of primer for presidents to read. We have to determine whether a potential president has adequate judgment in these decisions. I was only one of 2 members on this panel today who were called to make a judgment about the Iraq War. I was a relatively new member of Congress, and I made the right judgment because it was obvious to me that George Bush was fanning the flames of war. Now we face similar situations where we recognize we have a president who'd be willing to beat the drums of war. We need a president who can stand up against the drums of war and make rational decisions. That was the right vote, and I believe it.
Thank you, Governor. Vice President Biden, he was obviously suggesting that you made the wrong decision and had bad judgment when you voted to go to war in Iraq as a U.S. Senator.
I did make a bad judgment trusting the president saying he was only doing this to get inspectors in and get the UN to agree to put inspectors in. From the moment shock and awe started, from that moment, I was opposed to the effort and I was outspoken as much as anyone at all in the Congress and administration. Secondly, I was asked by the president in the first meeting we had on Iraq, he turned and said, Joe, get our combat troops out in front of the entire national security team. And one of the proudest moments of my life was to
Fanny.
and tell everyone that we're coming, all our combat troops are coming home. I opposed the surge in Afghanistan. This long overdue, we should have not.
Biden should not be even talking about the war. He helped create the void that created ISIS and killed millions of people. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Your response to what Vice President Biden just said?
We were all lied to. This is the betrayal. This is the betrayal to the American people, to me, to my fellow service members. We were all lied to, told that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, was working with al-Qaeda, and that this posed a threat to the American people. So I enlisted after 9/11 to protect our country, to go after those who attacked us on that fateful day, who took the lives of thousands of Americans. The problem is that this current president is continuing to betray us. We were supposed to be going after al-Qaeda, but over years now, not only have we not gone after al-Qaeda, who is stronger today than they were in 9/11, our president is supporting al-Qaeda.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Wow.
Let's talk about Iran.
Are you serious? She just claimed that Trump is supporting al-Qaeda?
I respect the rules, but we have to stop this march to war in Iran.
We're
and the
going on,
Democratic
and we're going
Party
to talk
has
about another
stand up
subject.
for it.
Mayor, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's talk about now the former special counsel Robert Mueller's appearance in front of Congress last week. When asked whether or not the president could be charged with a crime after leaving office, his answer was yes. Senator Harris, you've criticized President Trump for interfering with the Justice Department. And just last month, you said if you were elected president, your Justice Department would, quote, have no choice and should go forward with the obstruction of justice.
Where the fuck is the live debate? Jesus Christ.
Why is it okay for you to advocate for the Justice Department to prosecute somebody?
All this shit is fucking
Trump,
clips.
not him.
Oh, watch live. It's the top
Well, I would
one.
never direct the Department of Justice to do whatever it believes it should do. But listen, look, we all
I have to
watched
turn you down just a
his
tad.
testimony. I read the
It's all good.
report. There are 10 clear incidents of obstruction of justice by this president, and he needs to be held accountable. I've seen people go to prison for far less. And the reality of it is that we have a person in the White House right now who has been shielded by a memo in the United States Department of Justice that says a sitting president cannot be indicted. I believe the American people are right to say there should be consequence and accountability.
Oh, please.
No one is above the law, including the President of the United States.
That is absolutely ridiculous. Mueller already covered that, talked about it, backtracked on it. This is so ridiculous.
Versions of the report. We have something that is astonishing going on in the United States of
My
America.
response is
We have a
exactly
president
that.
is
What
not
did you
acting like the
guess?
leader of the free world.
Of course it's exactly that, because you're all the fucking sane. You're all fucking retarded.
Swore an oath to uphold. And so this is a difference with a lot of us on this debate stage. I believe that we in the United States Congress should start impeachment proceedings immediately. And I'll tell you this. Debbie
Based
Stabenow
on
now
what?
has joined my call
Orange
for
Man
starting
bad is going to be the reason they write
Impeachment
down.
proceedings immediately.
Congress,
Sorry.
not allowing or subjecting
You guys pissed me
to
off.
checks and balances. We swore an oath to uphold the Constitution. The politics of this be damned. When we look back in history at what happened when a president of the United States started acting more like an authoritarian leader than the leader of the free world, the question is what will we have done? And I believe the Congress should do its job.
Senator Booker, thank you very much. Secretary Castro, what's your response?
Where was your concern over the executive power abuses of Obama, Potato Head, huh?
Impeachment
Oh,
proceedings.
he did all of those at like 2 in the morning, so nobody knew.
Where this president
Oh, right, yeah.
Nobody cared to
obstructed
talk about
justice
it.
or attempted to obstruct justice. And I believe that they should go forward with impeachment proceedings. As to the question of what my Department of Justice would do, I agree with those who say that a president should not.
We saw the
direct,
biggest increase in
an attorney
fucking
general specifically to
what's the branch?
prosecute or not
Executive
prosecute.
power under
However,
fucking Obama
I
that we've
believe
ever
the
seen in
evidence
any
is plain
president
and
ever,
clear, and
and they
that
don't
goes
fucking
that
talk
far,
about it. And then they
that you're likely
get
to see a
upset, they get their panties all ruffled.
Thank you,
Did they have a
Secretary.
fucking Republican in
Mayor de Blasio,
office?
I'm going to bring you in. What's
Yeah,
your
that's
response?
really what it is. It's Orange Man bad.
At this point in our history
Thanks for the
that
follow,
president
James
has
Jameson.
committed the crimes worthy of impeachment.
I don't know why it shows
But
up
I wanna
twice.
caution my fellow Democrats, while we move
Oh, you're
everything
streaming on
we can
Periscope,
for
huh?
impeachment,
I'm on
we
Periscope,
have to remember at the same
D-Live,
time, the
and
American people are out
Bitwave.
there looking for
I'll
us
try to
do
watch my
something
language.
for them in their lives.
Thank you, I
And
appreciate
what they
it.
see when they turn on the TV or go online.
I have it on
just
D-Live. I have it
talk
marked
about
as not safe for
impeachment.
work,
We need
so
more
it's all
talk
right. But I don't know about
working people
Periscope.
and
Periscope
their
might have a
lives.
tizzy.
For example, are we really ready? And I ask people on this stage this question.
Yeah, she's
Are we
not
ready to
doing
make
well.
sure that the wealthy pay
She's
their
really
fair
not
share in
doing
taxes?
well.
That's something every American wants
Well,
to
it's
know
definitely
about.
a bad night
That's
for
something they
Biden.
want answers to right now.
He's fucked up
yeah, move
50% of his
impeachment, but
sentences.
Don't forget to do the people's
Yeah,
business
he's,
and to stand up for
bumbled
working people,
over himself a
because that's
lot.
how we're actually going to beat Donald Trump. The best impeachment is beating him in the election of 2020.
Mayor, thank you very much. Senator Bennett, how do you respond to this conversation?
Which one's this? Look, as we go forward here, we need to recognize
best impeachment
a
is
very
beating him.
practical reality.
That's powerful.
Which is that we are 4 months away. We've got the August recess. Then we are 4 months away from the Iowa caucuses. And I just want to make sure whatever we do doesn't end up with an acquittal by Mitch McConnell in the Senate, which it surely would. And then President Trump would be running saying that he had been acquitted by the United States Congress. I believe we have a moral obligation to beat Donald Trump. He has to be a single-term president, and we can't do anything that plays into his hands. We were talking earlier about,
It is a moral imperative.
about climate up here. It's so important. Donald Trump should be the last climate denier that's ever in the White House.
Senator Bennett, thank you very much. Secretary Castro, please respond.
But we need to be smart about how
Thank you,
we're
Senator.
running, or we're going to give him a second
Secretary,
term.
please.
We
I can't put my finger on it. This guy
Well, let me
reminds
first
me
say
of
that
someone how
I
he
really
talks.
do
And I
believe that
just
we can
can't.
walk and
I
chew
can't
gum
put
at
my
the same
finger
time.
on it right now. It's been driving me
All
crazy
of
all
us
night.
have a vision for the future of the country that we're articulating to the American people. We're going to continue to do that. We have an election coming up. At the same time, Senator, you know, I think
This guy looks
too
like
many
the older
folks in the
sister
Senate
from Lilo and
in the
Stitch.
Congress have been spooked by 1998. I believe that the times are different. And in fact, I think that
He does,
folks are making
actually.
a mistake by not pursuing
It's weird,
impeachment.
I know.
The Mueller report clearly details that he deserves it. And what's going to happen in the
No,
fall of
actually, the
next
Mueller
year,
report does
2020,
not clearly
if they
state
don't
that. The
impeach
Mueller
him,
report
it's easy to say,
unequivocally says that he did not seek out
the
any
Democrats
sort
didn't
of
go after me on
assistance or
impeachment.
collusion
You
or
know why?
corroboration or whatever
Because
you
I
want to
didn't do
call
anything
it
wrong. These folks
from
that always investigate
Russia.
me, they're always trying to go after me. When it came down to it, they didn't go after me there because I didn't
They really
do
have
anything wrong.
Biden.
Conversely,
Excuse
if
me,
Mitch
I almost died
McConnell
there.
is the one that lets him off the hook, we're going to be able to say, well,
Secretary.
sure, they impeached him in the
Secretary
House,
Castro,
but his friend
thank
Mitch
you.
McConnell, Moscow
Thank you,
Mitch,
Secretary.
let him off the hook.
Senator Bennett, please respond.
I don't disagree with that. You just said it better than I did. We have to walk and chew gum at the same time. It is incredibly unusual for members of Congress to be able to do that. And I'm glad that Secretary Castro has the ambition.
My brother can. He's here
That's
tonight.
what I was going to say. It's your brother that's giving you that good feeling about the Congress. That's what we should do.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, gentlemen. The debate continues right after this.
Wow. Well, once again, while we're on break, briefly, I just want to thank everyone who's been watching and coming in and commenting on all the platforms: Periscope, Bitwave.tv, DLive.tv. Yeah, I think that's it. I want to thank everybody. Follow, share, and if you can, support the conservative voices here, like myself. Please donate. Consider that streamlabs.com/The Eternal Abyss. I really appreciate it, and this will help keep things going, and more of these commentaries, live streams, videos, fun stuff.
Mr. Poll.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Uh-oh. Don't say you don't know what he's talking about. That makes it worse.
Well, I am loreless. I've mentioned this many times on Bitwave. I know nothing of lore, so whenever something
he's
is
a Lorian, so they're of the lore.
Of course.
People
Well, I
love
mean,
the lore.
he'll trump me on lore every time. I'm not debating that. So
this is just a fucking repeat. We watched this
pretty much
a month ago.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, just last night, the first debate of the first crowd of people, with Bernie and other folks. Essentially, they're just repeating the same exact.
What's repeat number 4 then?
Essentially, yeah. I mean, it's just wash, rinse, lather, repeat. Democrat talking points. We don't want to sound like Republicans. It's the same crap over and over.
Oh, one second, I had to shut my door.
Play the Abyss anthem. There's an Abyss anthem. Well, I mean, I was told that I am now the benevolent dictator of Bitwave, so I mean, I should have an anthem, shouldn't I? I have one loyal follower so far. Where is he? Where's my loyal? Where'd he go? I don't think he's on channel right now. I can't.
So how's Periscope?
Not bad actually. The only problem with Periscope is that it's weird with Restream.io because when you hook into the chat, it says it's connected, but I don't see any of the chat coming up. You know, maybe it's just maybe I'm not patient enough to just keep looking at it all the time, or I don't have enough. I mean, I don't have hundreds and hundreds of views.
You were talking about people in there complaining about being censored or something. Do they have like a pretty heavy hand?
You know, this is the first time I've been really focused on Periscope while streaming. I haven't seen this before, but I've had a couple people on there that were saying that somehow their comments, they got put in a timeout, like they temporarily couldn't comment, or it got out of sync with the. So I don't know what's going on. That may be a Periscope thing because I didn't report anything. I don't think users have any ability to report, or maybe they do, but I don't know. I'm kind of Periscope is kind of unknown territory for me. I've never really explored it much. I haven't really looked at all the features. But
I think it'd be mostly GoPro people, but I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can use it on your phone and everything, but you can actually, from Restream.io, you can tap it as one of your, like when people do live streams and they're just kind of talking, and they can do that internally, you know, with either computer internal in a place. I mean, they don't have to be out and about doing stuff. It's my settings. I'm looking at someone chatting here. Obsequious Arnaki. My setting. Okay, I'll definitely take a look at those. Thank you for letting me know. That'll be a good learning thing for the next time. And we're back.
Welcome back to the CNN Democratic
Are we?
presidential
I want to be
debate.
back.
It is time now for closing statements. You will each receive 1 minute. Mayor de Blasio, let's begin with you.
Thank you. For the last 3 years, we've watched Donald Trump pit working people against each other, black versus white, citizen versus immigrant. And why?
Not true.
So that the wealthy and the powerful he represents can hold the American dream hostage from everyone else.
Not true.
We can't let them get away with it. If we're going to beat Donald Trump, this has to be a party that stands for something. This has to be the party of labor unions. This has to be the party of universal health care.
No.
This
Nope.
has to be the party that's not afraid to say out loud,
No.
we're going to tax the hell out of the wealthy.
And out of the middle class and of the
do
poor
that-
and
Yeah, I was gonna
everybody
say
that
everybody.
has a shekel.
Right on cue.
We gotta tax the hell out of everybody.
Pretty much.
Here's what I'll say to him. Donald, you're the real socialist. The problem is,
What?
it's socialism for the rich. We, here in this country, we don't have to take it anymore. We can fight back. If you agree that we can stand up to Donald Trump and we can stand up to the wealthy, then go to taxthehell.com and join us so we can build a country that puts working people first.
Oh
Senator
my
Bennett?
God.
Thank you.
That's got to be
Thank
the
you very
stupidest thing
much.
I ever heard in my
What
life.
I want to say to all of you tonight is we have been here before as a country. We have faced challenges that we've actually even forget, some of us tonight, how hard the people fought, how hard they worked, how hard they organized, the votes they had to take,
Taxthehell.com.
the people they had to get to the polls.
Is that a real website? Let me see.
To make this country more democratic, more fair, and more free. And now we have a person in the White House who has no appreciation of that history, who doesn't believe in the rule of law, who doesn't believe in the independence of the judiciary, who doesn't believe that climate change is real. I think that we have an incredible opportunity in front of us, all of us, to come together just as our parents and grandparents did before them.
This website is
face
ridiculous.
challenges even harder than the ones that we face. But the only way we're going to be able to do it is to put the divisive politics of Donald Trump behind us.
Yes, sold out.
and the
He thought that was a good
divisive
idea.
politics of the
Can you
last
believe that?
10 years behind us. We need to come together, united against a broken Washington, make Donald Trump a one-term president, and begin to govern this country again for our kids and our grandkids who cannot do it for themselves. We have to do it for them. Please join me at michaelbennett.com. Thanks for being here tonight.
Governor Inslee.
For decades, we have kicked the can down the road on climate change. And now under Donald Trump, we face a looming catastrophe. But it is not too late. We have one last chance. You have one chance in life, you take it. Think about this. Literally, the survival of humanity on this planet in civilization as we know it
Literally.
is in the hands of the next president. And we have to have a leader who will do what is necessary to save us. And that includes making this the top priority of the next presidency. And I alone on this panel am making a commitment that this will be the organizing principle of my administration, not the first day, but every day. And if you share my view of the urgency
Thanks for
of
the
this
follow,
matter,
G.
I hope you'll
Gallon.
join me. Because we are up against powerful special fossil fuel interests, and it is time to stand up on our legs and confront the fossil fuel special interests, because that is our salvation, what it depends upon. So I hope you will consider going to jinslee.com and joining this effort. And I will close with this. I am confident.
Thanks for the lemon.
And optimistic
G.
tonight,
Gallon, thank
even
you.
in the face of this difficulty, because I know we can build a clean energy economy. I know we can save our children and our grandchildren. I know that we can defeat
Thanks for the
climate
follow,
change,
Farius.
and we will defeat Donald Trump. This is our moral responsibility, and we will fulfill it. Thank you very much.
Senator Gillibrand.
Thanks for the lemon, G. Gallon. Oh, wait, no, I already saw
Donald
that. Sorry.
Trump has really torn apart the moral fabric of this country, dividing us on every racial line, every religious line, every socioeconomic line he can find. I'm running for president because I want to help people. And I actually have the experience and the ability to do that. I brought Congress together and actually made a difference.
She looks like she's in pain.
I also know how to beat Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure you do while you're polling at 0 or 1%.
She's so unlikable. It's not even funny.
Yeah, she's just horrible. Like, it's horrible to look at her, horrible to hear her. She doesn't know what the hell she's talking about.
She's less likable than the literal gnome.
It doesn't matter who you love.
That one woman,
Because that's my
she looks like a
responsibility.
goblin or a gnome.
And I've done this before. I
Oh,
started
Williamson?
out in a 2-1 Republican district. I won it twice.
Yeah.
I've never lost an election since.
Wait.
And I not only bring people together electorally, but also legislatively. I get things done. So we need a president who's not afraid of the big challenges, of the big fights.
Klobuchar.
There is no
Oh
false
God,
choice.
Klobuchar. She's
We
like
don't need
so
a liberal
freaky.
or progressive with
And
big
she's a
ideas.
psychopath.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Or we don't need a moderate
She's
who
fucking
can
gross.
win back
Also at
Trump
0%.
Obama voters.
Yeah.
And beats her
We need someone who can do
staff.
both.
Yeah, and eats
And
salads
that's
with a
who I am.
fork.
Please go to Kirsten Gillibrand.
Was that
No,
her?
not a fork. I'm sorry.
I
She
could
eats
see-
salads with a comb.
With a comb. I could see it.
Gabbard.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's normal.
No, Donald Trump and warmongering politicians in Washington have failed us. They continue to escalate tensions with other nuclear-armed countries like Russia and China and North Korea, starting a new Cold War, pushing us closer and closer to the brink of nuclear catastrophe. Now, as we stand here tonight, there are thousands of nuclear missiles pointed at us. And if we were to get an attack right here tonight, we would have 30 minutes before we were hit. And you would receive an alert like the one we received in Hawaii last year that would say, incoming missile, seek immediate shelter. This is not a drill.
And she wants to
Seek
say that
immediate
Republicans are
shelter.
fear mongers?
This is not a drill. And you would see, as we did, as my loved ones in Hawaii did, there is no shelter. This is the warmongers' hoax. There is no shelter. It's all a lie. As president, I will end this insanity because it doesn't have to be this way.
How?
I will end these wasteful regime change wars, work to end this new Cold War through the use of diplomacy to de-escalate these tensions and take the trillions of dollars that we've been wasting on these wars and on these weapons and redirect those resources into serving the needs of our people right here at home. Things like health care for all, making sure everyone in this country has clean water to drink and clean air to breathe, investing in education, investing in our infrastructure. The needs are great. As your president, I will put your interests above all else.
Secretary Castro.
Well, first of all, let me say thank you to you, Jake, Dana, and to Don, and to everybody here, and to those watching. You know, this election is all about what kind of nation we're going to become. You and I, we stand on the shoulders of folks who have made beds and made sacrifices, people that fought in wars and fought discrimination, folks that picked crops and stood in picket lines, and they helped build the wonderful nation that we live in today. Donald Trump has not been bashful in his cruelty, and I'm not going to be bashful in my common sense and compassion. I believe that we need leadership that understands that we need to move forward as one nation with one destiny. And our destiny in the years to come is to be the smartest, the healthiest, the fairest, and the most prosperous nation on earth. If you want to help me build that America for the future, I hope you'll go to JulianCastro.com, and on January 20th, 2021, we'll say together, adios to Donald Trump.
No.
Mr. Yang.
No, we'll say adios to you.
You know what the talking
and your
heads couldn't
campaign
stop
relatively
talking about
soon.
after the last debate? It's not the fact that I'm somehow number 4 on the stage in national polling. It was the fact that I wasn't wearing a tie. Instead of talking about automation in our future, including the fact that we automated away 4 million manufacturing jobs, hundreds of thousands right here in Michigan, we're up here with makeup on our faces and our rehearsed attack lines, playing roles in this reality TV show. It's one reason why we elected a reality TV star as our president. We need to be laser focused on solving the real challenges of today, like the fact that the most common jobs in America may not exist in a decade, or that most Americans
I know, right, Mandalorian?
My flagship proposal, the Freedom Dividend, would put $1,000 a month into the hands of every American adult, be a game changer for millions of American families. If you care more about your family and your kids than my neckwear, enter your zip code at yang2020.com and see what $1,000 a month would mean to your community. I have done the math. It's not left. It's not right. It's forward. And that is how we're going to beat Donald Trump in 2020.
Senator Booker.
Thank you.
First, I just want to give a lot of thanks to the city of Detroit. They're hosting us today, and one of the reasons I respect this city is because it has the kind of defiant love that I find in many American cities, including the city of Newark. And Detroit is turning around, and Newark is turning around because we let no one divide us, no one demean or degrade us or underestimate our worth. We pulled together and fought for common purpose and common cause. That's the history of this city. My mom is sitting there, who was born in the city of Detroit, born to a guy that was a UAW worker, my grandfather, who pulled his family out of poverty in the Depression. My grandmother joined him. She was really entrepreneurial, opened a pool hall and a laundromat right here in this city. That is the American dream, and so many of us have stories like that. But the dream of this country is under threat right now. Well, my mom's generation, 95% of baby boomers did better than their parents. It's now just a coin toss for millennials. We have a real crises in our country, and the crisis is Donald Trump, but not only Donald Trump.
I know, right? Rio Chan 7, born into the city, didn't improve it in any way. And probably went out into the suburbs and left.
And not the ceiling. The way we beat Donald Trump is not just focusing on him. He wants to take all
I'm on Twitter
the
here.
oxygen out of the room. It's when we start focusing on each other and understanding that our common bonds and our common purpose to address our common pain is what has saved us before. It's what's going to save us now. That is the kind of leader that I am going to be as President of the United States, not just uniting the Democratic Party, but making sure that we put more indivisible back into this one nation under God. And if you believe like I do, please go to CoryBooker.com and join the mission.
Senator Harris.
I'm surprised he didn't say go to Spartacus.com.
So in my background as Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks who preyed on the homeowners, many of whom lost their homes and will never be able to buy another. I've taken on the for-profit colleges who preyed on students, put them out of business. I've preyed on transnational criminal organizations that have preyed on women and children. And I will tell you, we have a predator living in the White House. And I'm going to tell you something. Donald
a predator
Trump
living in
has
the White House.
predatory
Are you
nature
serious?
And predatory instincts. And the thing about predators is this. By their very nature, they prey on people they perceive to be weak. They prey on people they perceive to be vulnerable. They prey on people who are in need of help, often desperate for help.
Like you are doing to
That's
your...
exactly what
are cowards.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
What
No,
we need is someone who is going to be on that debate stage with Donald Trump and defeat him by being able
that's right,
to
Soldat.
prosecute the case against 4 more years. And let me tell you, we've got a long rap sheet. We're looking at someone who passed a tax bill benefiting the top 1% and the biggest corporations in this country when he said he
And
would help
benefited every
working
single
families.
middle-class
We've got a
American,
person
too.
who has put babies
Democrats
in
have a
cages
long
and
rap
separated
sheet
children
of
from
fucking
their parents.
every
We have
big
someone
city
who
in the
passed a
fucking
so-called
country.
trade policy that was
Every
trade policy by
Dem-owned
tweet
fucking
and has resulted in a
city
tax on
is
American
shit.
families. So we
Hellhole.
must
Coast to coast.
defeat him, and then, in turning the page, write the next chapter for our country, and that has to be written in a way that recognizes what wakes people up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and that is my agenda, the 3 a.m. agenda that is focused on getting folks the jobs they need, getting their children the education they need, making sure they have the health care they need, and the future they deserve. So please join me at KamalaHarris.org, and I thank you for your time.
Vice President Biden.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for Detroit hosting this. Look, I've said it many times, and I think everyone agrees with this. We're in a battle for the soul of America. This is the most consequential election any one of you, no matter how old or young you are, has ever participated in. 4 more years of Donald Trump will go down as an aberration. Hard to overcome the damage he's done, but we can overcome it. 8 more years of Donald Trump will change America in a fundamental way. The America we know will no longer exist. Everybody knows who Donald Trump is. We have to let him know who we are. We choose science over fiction. We choose hope over fear. We choose unity over division. And we
Hope
choose,
over
we
fear.
choose
One
the
of your
idea that
colleagues
we
was just
can, as
talking about
Americans,
nuclear
when we act
annihilation.
together, do anything.
Are
This
you
is the
kidding
United
me?
States of America.
And the other guy
We've
with the
acted
weird
together.
jaw,
We have
LC,
never,
whatever his name
never
is, he was
been
talking
unable to
about
overcome whatever the problem
literally
was.
the end
If
of
you agree with me,
humanity because
go to
of a little
Joe
bit of climate.
30330 and help me in this fight. Thank you very much.
You gotta be kidding me.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
It's like
And
there's
stay with
zero
CNN for
self-awareness
special
amongst Democrats. Is
coverage
that
of
what's going on?
tonight's debate. Anderson Cooper and Chris Cuomo are coming up. That begins right now.
Wow. What a shit show. Oh my God. Whoo, boy. Well, everybody, for all of you that watch here and are still here, the stream is not over. I'm not going to shut it down.
CNN Democratic debate here in Detroit.
I'm going to still stay on the mic here, talk a little bit with Spook. We're going to do some post-debate analysis and, tomfoolery.
Certainly got
and
plenty of
shenanigans.
tonight and plenty to think about. Again, tonight we saw sharp disagreements on a number of subjects. We certainly saw a different, more
I will,
engaged, more combative Joe Biden.
Let me transition out of here real quick.
Senator Kamala Harris, although he did begin with a kind of attempted Jedi mind trick, greeting her on stage. The former vice president asked her to, and I'm quoting now, "Go easy on me, kid." She did not, nor he on her, nor not in the least, and not just with her, in part because.
All right. I actually, every time I hear Cory Booker, let me see if I can find this video. Because every time I see Cory Booker, this is what I think about. Let me find it for you. Ooh, actually, I should have it on my computer. I think I actually saved. No. I know where it is. One second. It'll just take me a quick minute to go find it. It's worth it, trust me. So let's do a little poll here. I'm not gonna do an actual in-chat poll because I have people viewing from different platforms. But in the respective chats, let's see who you guys thought won. Who do you guys think did the best amongst this group of
It was pretty quality, It was a quality debate. I think some heavy-hitting questions that we were not. We didn't think we're gonna be asked.
Yeah, I have to agree. I was expecting more softball questions, but there were a couple harder ones that they had to address certain shortcomings of either their record or of stuff that, in fact, that was one of the things that I saw in the last debate. There was a lot of backtracking. Warren did a lot of backtracking.
Bernie had to do sidestepping a lot, and he's really old, so it's hard for him to shuffle. Because they were talking to him about, I think they were talking to him about the healthcare cost going up for everybody, or the cost of insurance going up.
Mm-hmm.
And he would keep sidestepping and going saying overall it would cost him less, but obviously he meant that they're going to be paying more.
Oh yeah.
So.
Oh yeah. He did a lot of bobbing and weaving, and I don't know what his issue was. In the last debate, I don't remember. Maybe I'm remembering wrong, but in the last debate, he didn't sound like he was freaking pissed off all the time. Maybe I didn't perceive that. This time, I mean, his head was turning it the red, like the color of a beet. And he sounded really pissed off, and I think it's because he's not polling as what he's expecting he should be.
You're saying Biden?
No, Bernie.
Oh, Bernie?
Yeah, but this is, let me just one moment. This is Cory Booker. Every time I hear the name Cory Booker, this is what I think of.
Write different suggestions down for stuff. What's the dead rabbit for? My old career.
Wait for it.
So we asked the audience to write down different suggestions for things that they like.
Volume is a
pick
little
the good
low.
ones, put them in the hat, and see how many of these guys can think of. Starting with unlikely superheroes.
It's me, run away from Danger Man. Did someone call for Captain Pork?
No, it's a little bit after this. But I'll just let the whole thing.
I'm paranoid. God.
Robin Williams.
World's worst subject for an interpretive dance.
Diarrhea flows like a river.
Like this debate.
Impotence is a horrifying thing.
Oh, God.
All right, if entertainers worked funerals.
I should have just skipped ahead to it. Hold on.
Please gather around the body. It's not there anymore.
There you go. Hold on. Let's move ahead.
Famous Hollywood roles as played by
This.
Carol Channing.
Cory Booker.
Ah, God.
I know what you're thinking.
Wait for it.
Did I fire 7 shots or 6? Well, to tell you the truth, in all this confusion, I've forgotten myself. So you have to ask yourself one question. You feel lucky. Where do you from? Well, surely you must be the son of God.
Okay, this is it now. Sorry for the delay. It's coming up.
I'm Spartacus.
All right.
A little extra bonus here coming up.
Things you don't expect to hear when you put your ear to a seashell.
I'm Spartacus.
All right. Thanks for indulging me on that one. That was silly, I know. But
So did he say he was Spartacus? I'm fucking.
yeah, Cory Booker, he actually violated rules of the Senate, and he was going, "I'm Spartacus." He said that, his words. He's like, "I'm breaking the rules. I'm Spartacus. I'm this and that." And the mockery that came afterwards is, so unbelievable. It's
Sold that. I do think that Kamala Harris fucking just got wrecked too. She sucked tonight.
Yeah,
She
I don't
got
know what her
destroyed.
problem was. And you know what? I don't really particularly care. I mean, she did a pretty bad job tonight. She did not capture that same sort of aggressiveness and whatever that she had the first time around. She performed way better the first time around.
And people putting Biden first, I don't understand that. I know, like, I understand putting him high going in because they wanted him, they wanted him to run.
Yeah.
But he didn't perform tonight. He was stuttering all over himself. He had no idea what he was even fucking talking about. Like, there was a whole fucking line in there, like, halfway through where he was caught up and everybody fucking laughed at him.
Yeah, no, I think the what's going on right now is everybody, because the polling has shown that Biden is one that is, I guess, the best candidate against Trump. They're propping him up for that. It's kind of like what they did with Hillary. Every time Hillary was in the debate, she won it. Every time she would do something, she was always the best. Every time, because they wanted her to be the candidate. That was the whole point. And they're doing the same thing, essentially. Whoop. What the heck happened to my Periscope? Oh, heck no.
Did you get BTFO'd?
I think I just got BTFO'd.
Uh-oh.
On my own stream.
Was it something I said?
No.
Copyright?
I resized the window a little bit because I wanted to see the chat better, and it just the heck happened to my completely... Periscope? Oh, shoot. Hold on. Where's the audio? Mute? Okay, there we go. I have to watch it like as a viewer for me to see the chat properly, and I just resized the window, and it completely just said, "Oh, error." What the heck? But yeah. No. Don't give him ideas, troll. Don't. I'm already banned for... I was banned for 90 days on YouTube, and the 90 days are almost up. Don't give Twitter... don't give Twitter any ideas. I'm already having issues with followers on Twitter. It seems like no matter how many people follow me, I can't break over like the 7,000 follower ceiling. I don't know what it is. I have no idea what's going on. And
I
it's
wouldn't know.
weird.
I wouldn't know.
It's really weird because at one point I actually like tagged. I tagged Twitter about it, and I kept tweeting and complaining, saying, "What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing?" And then all of a sudden, my followers were able to go over 7,000. It went up to like 7,010, 7,015. I was like, "Oh, okay, cool, whatever." And then I stopped tweeting and tagging them, and now it went down again. So I don't know. Maybe I got to start harassing them again. Yeah, that's true. I can stream live on YouTube again soon, Mandalorian.
Yeah, I got BTFO'd there for copyright, watching anime clips and laughing and talking about them and shit. And my 90 days is up, and I'm like, there's no reason to even go over there. For a creator like me, no point.
Yeah, I mostly am sure that eventually YouTube is going to basically make it impossible for me to put stuff up there, but which is why I'm focusing more on like BitChute for archiving, and I'm streaming on other platforms like this one, like Bitwave and DLive, even though DLive is kind of wonky. Oh, thank you, Troll. I appreciate that. Oh, come on. Let's not be that harsh with Spook.
I don't know what I did, man. Just turned on me.
Mandalorian turns on everybody.
Create murders? Oh, geez. So did your Periscope get shut off, or was it just an interruption in the signal, or?
No, it was
What's the deal
just
there?
it was the window itself. Because I'm loading it as if I'm a viewer, and if I resized it, somehow it just interrupted everything. I just had to refresh it and reconnect it, so I'm able to view my own stream now again. So it was just weird because and I've Periscope it's really buggy. Actually, Periscope is incredibly buggy because I've tried to like view other people's replays, and the scrubbing and skipping is really stupid and silly. Yeah. Van Jones said Gillibrand did good tonight. I don't know what he's talking about. Gillibrand seemed like she was lost half the time. And she didn't give any concrete answers, actually, if you realized it. I have to give credit to at least some of the other people on the stage. They were actually putting like policy talking points. She was just like, we gotta fix it. Okay. De Blasio was doing the same thing. Basically, de Blasio is the female version of Gillibrand. He was just like, we gotta do this, we gotta just fix everything. We gotta give everybody everything. I'm like, dude, New York City is garbage. That's not going to happen for this nation. I can guarantee you.
All the fucking cities are bad, dude. Jay Inslee? Seattle, right?
Yeah.
Fucking trash. Trash. Fuck him. Cory Booker, where is he? Detroit?
No, Newark, New Jersey.
New Jersey? I don't know.
Yeah, he represents
Probably
New Jersey.
fucked up place. I don't know.
New Jersey is... Listen, ask any New Yorker. They'll tell you how bad New Jersey is. I mean, New York is bad, and New Yorkers all shit on New Jersey. So that just tells you... that just tells you how bad New Jersey is. It's pretty funny, actually. If you hang out with some New Yorkers and you start... because I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail. I know New Yorkers. I talk to a lot of New Yorkers. I work with a lot of New Yorkers. And... at first, when I first started talking to them, I didn't understand why there was so much hate for New Jersey. But I work a lot. I go all over the place for work, and after hanging out with New Yorkers and being in New York on occasion, I can understand. Mostly because every time there's some if you're driving in the street and some jerk cuts you off, guess what? It's gonna have a Jersey plate. 9 out of 10 times. It's pretty annoying, and New Jersey people from New Jersey have this kind of thing like, oh, we're just as good as New Yorkers, and they very well may be, but it's kind of an ego thing. Like even if they aren't as popular as New York or as well known as New York, they feel that they should be. So there's this kind of thing like, oh, I'm the hot shit too, you know, things like that, which to New Yorkers and other people around them, they're like, you're not New York, so you can claim whatever you want, but you know, it's not gonna really do anything. But yeah, so I'm wondering what a sword murder in Germany. Holy cow, really? Good Lord, dude.
Well, real quick, who amongst these people do you think could stand up against Trump?
Me personally?
Or at least yeah.
That's a bit hard. I do think that old-time politicians, even though they would still get blown out of the water by Trump. But at least the old-time politicians like Joe Biden, he could probably, even though he always puts his foot in his mouth, he's bumbling and fumbling all over the place, because of the fact that he's been in the game so long, he kind of coasts on that. So he could coast kind of like what Hillary did, kind of like what Bernie does, because Bernie does the same kind of thing. He's been around politics for so long that he has all of this talking points and all this kind of stuff that they have the benefit of experience to not sound so incredibly robotic and scripted, even though they are robotic and scripted at the end of the day, because this whole thing is scripted for them, obviously.
So what's the long short of it? If you had to pick,
if I had
are you
to
saying
pick
Bernie?
one,
Are you saying Joe Biden? Are you
had-
saying either?
No, I don't think Bernie would survive at all. Bernie may try, may be able to maybe hold a minute or two, but he's going to get completely blown out of the water. I think Joe Biden might be the best chance the Democrats have.
I think you're way off. I think you're miles off. I think there's
if it's not
he's a weak
Joe-
showing. I don't think he's going to poll any of the people in the center that voted for Trump.
Well, they're gonna
and that's what you need. And a Democrat is going to vote for a Democrat, a glass of water with the letter D on it, because Orange Man bad.
Well,
but the
of
middle
course.
is not going to do that. So I think that you got a strong, independent woman of color who's in the military
No,
and
I
has a
don't think
strong
so.
anti-war message.
I don't think so.
I think that's who you vote for. She looks strong. She's the only she's pretty and she's got a strong jawline.
No,
I think she could stand in a debate. I think at this point Biden's not going to get any of the people in the fucking center. And you know, like you have people like Mandalorian, you have people like Soldat, you have a lot of people on Bitwave would vote for Tulsi over Trump. And that's what you need. And that's why you're way off, because none of the people on Bitwave are going to vote no, none of us are going to vote for Joe Biden. I think you're blinded by the media. They keep propping these people up. They're shitting on Tulsi. Look at fucking Google Trends when she last time. Look at Google Trends right now. Look at Google Trends right now.
I'll tell you why Tulsi can't win. This is the reason why. Tulsi is only popular for the fact that she has a modicum of attractiveness. Okay.
She would probably win. Maybe. No. She would maybe win. She would maybe win. She's the only one that could maybe win.
No,
she's the only one that it would be one, interesting, and two, maybe she would win. Everybody else, it would be a blowout.
No, I don't think so. I really don't think so, because and like I'm saying, the reason is because she can only go off of her looks. First of all, that's the main thing. The main appeal.
She can't. She has a very strong anti-war message, and she's pretty sure, but she has a strong anti-war message. She's in the military.
Yeah, but guess what? Trump also has an anti-war message. That was his whole campaign too. It was immigration. He was against the Iraq War. She's repeating everything that Trump said already. So she's not bringing anything new to the table. That's the
boomer
thing.
vote is strong. No, because those people are going to vote for a Democrat regardless. That's my point.
Well, that's true. Democrats will vote Democrat. That's not going to change. They're trying to appeal to the center as much as possible. They're trying to build that coalition. I think that Tulsi can pull several percentage of votes.
Yeah, she's
don't
suing
get me
Google.
wrong. But I don't think that. I think she's going to hit a ceiling at a certain point, because I mean, just look at her performance. Like tonight, she was very just cold, robotic. There was nothing. There's no personality there. It was like looking at a woman made out of glass. It's pretty to
Tulsi?
look at. Tulsi, yes. There was nothing there. It's hollow. It's a nice, pretty shell to look at, but there's not any real substance behind what she says. And also, she's a freaking hypocrite.
That doesn't matter. So is
Well,
Trump in
that
a lot of
matters
ways
to me. I
because
mean-
he's a businessman. He has to say things that he knows are a little off.
Who?
Sometimes. Trump.
Well, Trump is I mean, it's not that he says he knows they're a little off. It's just
No, he does.
he's a
He
New
talked
Yorker.
up he talked up the North Koreans.
Yeah.
He said that he wasn't responsible for warm beer. He did that, knowing that it really didn't matter that he said that, so long as it kept up relations.
Well, he
even though it
plays
pisses
up,
people
of
off,
course.
because the people that get pissed off about it, that think about it, go, "That's why he said it."
Well, I mean, he does say things to kind of twist the knife into the Democrats. He does that. That's absolutely true. But the thing is, he's also a New Yorker, and if you, like I said, I have my experience with New Yorkers. If you hang around them long enough, you'll realize that many of them are just kind of really shooting off the hip like that. They kind of they're a little bit hyperbolic in their way of speaking. They're kind of like Trump says the best at every, that's how New Yorkers are. This isn't anything weird if you actually realize how people are here in New York. So
He said that the North Korean fucking leader wasn't responsible for Warm Beer's death. How's that talking like a New Yorker?
Well, because it really depends on the situation.
I think that he's saying it because he wants to keep up relations. I'm not saying he's saying something hyperbolic.
Well, yeah.
I'm saying he's saying something that's hypocritical because he knows he can walk that back. He knows he can say that he's full of shit and that he's a problem if he has to.
I wouldn't necessarily call that hyperbolic. I mean, if you're going into a
No, it's not hyperbolic.
No, I'm not hyperbolic. I'm sorry. I'm hypocritical. I wouldn't call that hypocritical, because if you're trying to build relations, diplomatic relations with someone who wants to bomb the crap out of you, it's like you're saying, of course he's going to say something to appease the guy a little bit and kind of be on his good side, because if you're going to negotiate with someone, especially someone like Trump having a lot of business experience, if you're going to be going into an aggressive negotiation with someone, you want them to think you're friends. You want to go in there with the best possible situation so you can close any sort of deal and get everything you want. I mean, the whole point of negotiations is really to go in there, get everything that you want, and try and make sure that the opposing party gets something so they think they're getting everything that they want, but you really in reality are the one that's getting everything. That's really what it boils down to.
Right. That's what I'm saying. He's trying to keep up relations. So he's saying a lie. But I guess it's not hypocritical, you're right, because I don't know. It's a lie.
Well,
it is a lie.
It is a lie, but it's a lie. The thing is this: politicians. There are two types of lies when you're a politician. There is just a damn straight lie that they do, kind of like Obama saying, if you like your doctor, you get to keep your doctor. And then you have...
Which is bullshit. I know people that got their doctors taken away from them.
Oh, yeah, it is absolute bullshit.
And then they had to go to fucking places where it was just a bunch of fucking homeless people.
Yeah.
Because their doctor was like, no, we don't touch that. We don't touch fucking the Medicaid that you got or whatever.
Well, it's not just that. It's also just the quality of their care reduced the number of doctors available to them in their network too. Like the whole thing was a clusterfuck essentially. Excuse the language, but it's a total disaster. And when it comes to the second type of lie is you have national security stuff, where a president and a politician cannot divulge certain things. They're going to have to spin certain things. They're going to have to reword certain things. They're going to have to conceal certain things. And when you're negotiating, you're also going to have to kind of work the negotiation table. So obviously, I don't expect Trump to be 100% truthful all the time. Like, I don't expect any politician to be 100% truthful all the time. And I don't expect any human being to be truthful 100% of the time. That's just how it is. But Soldat said something pretty interesting here, saying Obama mentioned the unspoken truth that you have to be flexible in politics. Why everyone hates politicians and why ethicists always say politicians lack morality. I I don't necessarily disagree with that, but there is something that I do disagree with. That you have to be able to work with people, but you can still be true to your principles. I think that's where the ethicists get really nitpicky about how politicians do stuff, and that's something that I have a problem with politicians. I know everyone has their own worldview, and they have their own policies. But when you have a policy and a worldview, and you work in government for a period of time, and then all of a sudden you flip-flop just for pandering purposes, that's where I have the issue. When you're just going with the policy du jour, like nobody gave a crap about the Green New Deal until stupid AOC proposed this idiotic Green New disaster. And now all of a sudden you have Democrats going, oh, we should embrace this garbage because, I don't know, because there's a percentile of people that like it, so we have to pander. Unlike AOC speaking with a black accent, when she's trying to pander or to that community, or Hillary Clinton saying, I got hot sauce in my purse. I mean, come on. That's where the problem lies, in my view.
Well, because then it's who are you pandering to? With Trump, he's pandering to fucking
everybody.
North Korean relations, or like important things. He's making an enemy to an extent of people when it like behooves him to do so. Sometimes he has to seem strong. He's a businessman.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the appeal of Trump, in my view, is that he doesn't particularly pander to one community or the other, because no matter where he goes or who he talks to, he doesn't say, well, you're this strip of demographic, you're this strip of demographic, you're this strip of demographic. He says, I love that group, I love that group, I love everybody. Like, he doesn't care as long as you vote for him, and he's going to make things better for you. That's his whole message. You vote for me, I'll make America great for you. I'll raise your wages. I will reduce unemployment in your communities. What do you got to lose? In fact, that's what he told a lot of the black community, which is why he got back then in 2016, he got it still wasn't a huge percentage, but he got a pretty decent percentage of the black vote for that reason.
We'll see. Tulsi's not going to get there. I just think she's the only one that could actually stand up. I really don't think Biden could. And there's enough of the Obama administration that he could use to pick Biden apart.
Yeah, that's the
stuff
problem.
That the public knows about,
No, you're right. And that's the problem with Biden. He's basically Obama 2.0. Like Hillary Clinton was going to be Obama 2.0. He's just going to be a continuation. He said so himself. I'm going to bring back everything with the Obamacare. I'm going to bring back everything with the trade stuff. We're going to go back into the Iran deal. He's basically trying to revert his whole policy. All that Biden can run on is, we're going to go back to the Obama era. I have not heard one single thing that Biden said that isn't Obama. Honestly. So what is he offering that's Biden? The only thing that he adds on to everything is just creeping on little girls. That's all. That's the only thing he adds to the package.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that the mainstream media was propping up Kamala, but I don't know.
Well, I think initially, yeah. Initially,
they were thinking Buttigieg, but I was like, no.
No, that guy has no chance in hell.
I mean, half the people can't even fucking say his name. That's a lose.
Yeah. I call him butt gig.
Booty gag. Gagging on booty.
CNN is ripping Kamala now. Yeah. Kamala, whatever. I don't know how you even pronounce. That's the problem too. Like, half of them you can't even pronounce their names. I don't know. And it's not like they're foreign. It's not like they have such foreign sounding names. It's just with these weird spellings. Well, they've always sold out. They've always been kind of for Warren, but Warren really was just, her performance wasn't all that great in yesterday's debate either. To be honest with you, she backtracked on a lot of the stuff that she had first said, and she was like really, really kind of moving her positions around because she was getting hit hard by them. And she was not. She was sweating essentially during that debate. She was like bobbing and weaving. She was on the ropes the whole time. Yeah, they did. They did. They gave her softballs. Yeah, it's funny. She's so forgettable that she's kind of like in Super Mario Brothers you have the spooks, quite appropriately since I have Spookyting on my stream. But you have the ghosts in Super Mario Brothers where when you look at them, they're just there, and then when you turn away is when they move. That's kind of how she is. It's like if you don't acknowledge her, she doesn't really exist. That's the weird thing about her. She kind of blends into the wallpaper.
Pocahontas, dude.
Yeah, and the nerve of her, like this was something that I was listening to earlier today about. She was talking about giving opportunities to minorities in universities and academia after what she did. She's like again. This goes back to the Democrats. My whole argument about Democrats. Is there like zero self-awareness amongst them? Like, is there any percentile of self-awareness? Is what I like.
No, they just have Biden consistently so high on this poll. The fucking
really?
shit that I think Soldad just linked.
Let's see here.
You might want to show that. It's pretty.
All right, let me bring it up in Firefox, because Firefox is the only thing that shows up when it comes to browsers. Chrome, for some reason, it's just not behaving very well. Let's see here. So let me bring this up here so we can take a quick peek-see. Boom. All right. Let me go into a larger mode here so I can see what's going on. So, this right here, let's click that. So we got, Biden is at 32.2. He's up by 16 points, really. Sanders is still ahead of like Warren or Harris. See, that surprises me because he did such a horrible performance in this debate yesterday.
Oh, Mitch wants on. You should let Mitch on.
Mitch wants to come on?
Wait, he's just right there.
Where it shows him as
I don't know.
offline. Hey, Mitch, if you want to hop on, we can get you on here. Where you at? Klobuchar's at 0%. Let's see here. Castro is where's Castro's like in the pits too, isn't he? 1. Yeah, they
Just like look at that gap. Look at Biden. He's like just always clearly the fucking leader in the polls. So.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying he has the best chance of going up against Trump, but I don't think he'll perform well at all. That's the problem. He's gonna be the one that's probably gonna be. Oh yeah, De Blasio. He can't even get to 1%. It's ridiculous.
You should pull Mitch in.
That other guy from Washington, LC, whatever his name was, that guy's not even on the list. I don't even see him here. Where is he? Bennett. Bennett was Mr. I Need an Espresso stat. Bullock. Who's Bullock? I don't even know who this guy is.
Bullocks. Hey, you should let Mitch in. He's in the waiting room.
You're in the waiting room, Mitch. Hey, here you go. All right, let me pop you in here.
Yeah, I'm on.
Hey, Mitch. How you doing?
I'm sleeping you. Me. How's it going, guys? Did you enjoy the circuit?
Oh,
Yeah,
Clown
enjoy.
World. Clown World is always entertaining, my
Did you-
friend.
Did you like Joe Biden stuttering? Did you what the hell did Joe 30 20 30?
I don't know. Biden,
Yeah, like I was saying, he just fucking would stutter for whole sentences like me right now. You know what I mean? And I'm drinking. So
Well,
he's
at
just
least-
old, I guess.
At least you have an excuse. You're drinking.
By the
He's sitting
way,
there and just
everybody.
he gets laughed at one point.
Yeah.
Thing. I don't want to take over a business. So if I'm talking,
No, go
This is
ahead, man. Go ahead. We're
your
just shooting the
show.
breeze.
It's kind of. I have a 5-year-old daughter. Sorry, a 5-day-old daughter. You can see how much I'm sleeping. 5-day-old daughter. Like most people watch, like it was. I watch this, scares the shit out of what's coming if this party gets power.
Yeah, Mitch, you're cutting in and out.
Why am I cutting? Hold on. My people. Okay, give me 1 second. You guys keep talking. I'll jump.
Okay.
Jump.
It could be your
How about now? Am I cutting out now when I talk? Do you guys hear me
No.
cutting out?
No, you're clear now.
No.
I had my
you're great.
sensitivity too high, so you didn't hear me going on my keyboard.
Yeah. No, I think you're good now.
No matter what I do,
Yep.
I am a boomer. No matter
What kind of mic do you have?
I have the red conservative Yeti, blue Yeti microphone.
Yeah, I got the Yeti too, and those things are sensitive AF.
Yes, they are. That's why I have gain turned pretty far down.
Yeah.
So, guys, what were you talking about? What are you? Well, you guys asked me. You guys do your thing, and I'll jump in here and there. And
No, we were just talking about like who of all the people that were debating yesterday and today would most likely be able to go up against Trump. But my opinion is it doesn't really matter who's going to go up against him because he's going to blow them out of the water anyways. But I was saying that
I think that too.
I think Biden
But I
is the
think-
most likely candidate that's going to end up happening.
so I think Biden's getting the nomination. I mean, it's him and Warren. They're the only two left. Bernie's dead. Kamala Harris got assassinated tonight. Gillibrand wasn't going anywhere, and she got. If you get assassinated on stage by Joe Biden, it's time to hang it up. She got taken out by Joe Biden, a guy who can't figure out to say text Joe 3030 on your cell. So she got taken out by him. It's Warren, and it's it's Biden. And what I saw tonight, and you tell me if you guys think I'm crazy. What I saw tonight was in the assassination of Kamala Harris, Tulsi Gabbard put herself out there as I want to be Joe Biden's vice presidential on that ticket with Biden. This was Chris Christie 2016 all over again. Remember when he took out Marco Rubio in 2016 when Rubio was catching up on Trump?
That could be a little scary. Actually.
I saw this was Tulsi Gabbard, and Soldat's gonna hate me for saying this. Sorry, Soldat. This was Tulsi Gabbard basically saying, give me the VP slot. Ignore Buttigieg, give me the VP slot. Who has the best chance of beating Trump? Obviously none of them. None of them do.
He says that's the rumor.
Well, the rumor was he was going to go after Kamala Harris, which right away I sat that and I saw retards rise up. I sat that and I said, "Thank you for that response." I saw that and I said, "Then if she's going to go after Kamala Harris hard, there's no other reason for her to go after Kamala Harris hard and ignore Biden in the Iraq vote than if she's trying to get that secondary slot and then build her career further." Because that's what I saw from Gabbard in terms of who has the best chance of beating Trump or of getting that nomination and giving Trump a fight. It's probably Warren because at least Warren's on her feet. Warren's going to say a bunch of crap and get made fun of a lot and get wrecked in an election, but at least she can stand up there and be on her feet. Biden's going to get years messed up. He's going to reference former Democrats like Reagan and stuff. And Biden has Biden's going to be a year plus older when the generals come up. Think about that. Again, what Biden is now, his mental state will be a year plus ahead when the generals debates are. So if he's bad now, imagine him in a year.
Yeah, Biden is only going to get worse in his performance as time passes. I mean, he has been getting progressively worse and worse. In fact, the whole trend in this graph here, he did peak a little bit here, but as you can see, it's basically on a downward slope. It's not really going all that great. Yeah, there's a little flip up here, but it's already curving. I mean,
yeah,
it's already starting to go down again. I don't know. See, my thing with Tulsi is that this is what I was telling Spook before, is that she only has her looks to go on. That's really her appeal, that she doesn't look like an old fuddy-duddy Democrat like the others do, or looks weird or goofy or like Klobuchar or whatever. So she has her looks, but she's still, like, in both her debate performances, she was just this hollow glass pretty thing to look at, no real substance underneath. And I think long term, she won't be able to ride that indefinitly. Eventually, it's going to get to a point where she's going to have to provide substance, and she really hasn't. And so far, she doesn't seem to really be able to. Only on certain, she keeps hammering these same one or two points, and that's all she's got, which are points like the anti-war message. Trump already said all that stuff in 2016, and do you think that Trump's going to not repeat the same stuff? He's obviously going to say the same stuff. He's going to say, "Hey, okay, you were against Afghanistan, and you're against the Iraq War. I was against the Iraq War." He's gonna just basically blow any kind of pedestal that she's going to try and put herself on. And I think that's the problem with her. She's just a little pretty arm candy, basically, that someone can have with them in the candidacy.
If there's a team that fucking Trump could go down to, it could be Biden, Gabbard. That could be interesting.
Trump's biggest, in my opinion, the biggest threat to Trump in a debate is the moderator. Again, the moderators. Remember Lester Holt in the debates in 2016? They're inaccurately fact-checking Trump. Keyword being inaccurately. Because they saw in 2012 that Candy Crowley did it to Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney was too stupid to fight back, of course, because he's Mitt Romney.
Well,
and he's such a Sally. But remember, these debaters went after Trump. Chris Wallace set Trump up with that question, will you accept the election results? The biggest threat to Donald Trump is the moderators. If somebody like John Harwood is a moderator, it will be Trump versus the nominee versus John Harwood, a 2-on-1 attack. In that second debate, Donald Trump finally was saying things like, it's 3-on-1, it's 2-on-1, smartly. And that's why the second debate was when Trump had his best debate, when they had the microphone, they're kind of walking around the town hall type of debate.
Yeah.
So I think that's his biggest. If Joe Biden's unless there's only two ways, in my opinion, that Trump's not going to get at least 20% of the black vote. One would be is if Joe Biden has an African American on his, in the VP slot. So if it's going to be Biden, Gabbard, that won't happen. The other is if Barack Obama comes out, and I'm stealing this from O'Reilly, but he's right. If Barack Obama comes out and calls Trump a racist. Now the other side of that, because again,
Barack Obama comes out and calls Trump a racist.
Trump directly calls him a racist.
Has he not done that?
No, he's not done that.
That would be
African Americans. Again, despite what Obama did nothing for them. I'm telling you, they look at Barack Obama as that guy, that shining. He's one of us, and he got all the way up there. They ignore the fact he didn't do anything.
See, that probably could have flown with Romney, but now after the disaster of Obama's presidency and the difference that the communities are seeing there, because they're seeing this difference, they're seeing higher wages, they're seeing lower unemployment, they're seeing better things coming their way thanks to Trump. And everybody under the sun on the left has called him a racist. I don't think that one additional voice is really going to blast.
No, I do. I think that could cover months. That could be months of coverage if he does that.
And the other thing, if he does do that, I mean, because Romney would just sit back and do nothing.
That says, real quick, he'll do it at a Biden campaign event.
Oh, absolutely. It would be at a Biden rally. The only way Biden's getting a crowd is if Obama's there. Obama's going to have to do a rally. Because you're going to have Trump filling up arenas.
Yep, you're right.
You're going to have Biden doing small VWF, Veterans Foreign War, VWF halls. Not there's anything wrong with the VWF. You know,
Yeah,
those are
but the
great people.
problem,
It's just
but the
still, it's
problem
like
is
50
this.
people.
Yeah, but the problem is this. That strategy was tried with Hillary. Obama, and not just with Hillary. Obama.
Hillary was never likable.
Yeah, but Obama.
Obama is.
But it's
Obama
not
is like
just
across the
Hillary.
board likable.
Not really, but he's not. He didn't just do it for Hillary. Every candidate that Obama backed lost.
Obama can't get people elected, and I brought this up on my show as
Yeah,
well. Again, if I'm jumping
exactly.
on your feet, tell me. Here's the thing. The African American community, and I'm talking about how Trump can get 20%, because if Trump gets 20% of the African American vote, Virginia flips, Nevada is very, very close, and all of a sudden California Democrats will be putting a little bit of money into instead of no money. Oh, by the way, Oregon might flip if that happens. If Trump were to get 20% of the African American vote. New Jersey would be a too close to call.
Yeah.
Like, remember in 2016 when Virginia was too close to call for the longest time, and you saw people on these shows and these networks getting nervous. That will be New Jersey if Trump can get 20 to 25% of the African American vote. Yeah, sorry, troll, BYHF. A lot of these states that Democrats need have a high African American populace, and Trump's going to get a chunk of that unless this happens.
They do. They do. And the thing is, that's why everybody tries to pander to that specific community, because that's what it's going to happen. But, you know, the thing is this, too. If Trump actually gets voter ID stuff situated before the election, or the census as well, both, one or the other, that may cause some readjustments in the numbers, which will take away like the fraud and advantages that the Democrats try and give themselves.
Voter ID will never be passed on a national level. It would have to be on a state level. And Virginia, it could be. There are elections coming up in Virginia this year.
I don't
And
know. I mean,
well, no, it wouldn't, because Northern would never sign it anyway, I guess. It would have to be on a state level. You could never get national voter ID. It would get, or you definitely couldn't get it by 2020 with all the courts getting it. But again, that being aside, if Trump gets that, he wins. But you know, again, it's to get back as I took us all off the track here. Well, it's definitely not the FBI says it's a waste of time. Why? He just has to make a couple. He's gonna run. He has billions and billions of dollars. He's gonna have more money for his campaign than any candidate in history. It doesn't cost much to run ads on BET and during football games and during sporting events when you can sit there and go, look at the African American unemployment rate, look at prison reform. It doesn't even take effort. It's not like it's a waste of time. It's effortless to do.
I don't know. I don't know if I agree with you, Soldat. I'm looking at what Soldat is saying in chat. I don't know if I agree that voter ID isn't going to happen. It may not
taking
happen
it back,
soon.
as again, I apologize for taking us off
soon.
track. If you ever heard my show, that's what I do, right? I can't stay
No,
on a
it's fine.
goddamn point for a second. Yeah, it's going to be Biden or Warren, and I think Warren would have a better shot of standing up or keeping up with Trump, because Warren's not going to act confused. Warren will get mad, but she's not going to act confused and act like an old dog. She's not going to be Robert Mueller. Biden will. What you saw with Mueller, that's what you're going to get with Biden.
I mean, that is true. Warren definitely does have a better performance whenever she's on stage. But the thing is, her problem is consistency of message, I think. And,
oh, yeah, Trump will destroy it. Don't get me wrong, but I think she in a debate would have the best showing against Trump.
Oh, absolutely.
You guys were asking me about debate showings and who would have the best debate against Trump. I think it would be Warren. Or maybe Yang, but I think Trump would just make fun of him, and it'd basically be like watching a Chad like dunk some dork in like his head in a toilet.
Yeah, I don't
even
know.
Though I think I think Yang's ideas are terrible. Like democracy dollars, go fuck yourself with that. I'm not paying tax money so you can give it to a politician. Go blow me.
Yeah,
they already do that where I live. It's retarded. But you know, I think Yang's smart. I just think his ideas are stupid. And maybe, you know, if Gabbard were to get the nomination, I think Gabbard's a great talker. You're saying she's eye candy.
No,
I think Gabbard's a great speaker.
Well,
I think Gabbard hits on point, and she doesn't sound like she's wavering at any point.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying. Everything she says, it's like it feels to me like she's Teddy Ruxpin. You just you press play behind her back, and she's just sitting there solidly, like stiff, like robotic, like a porcelain doll, just blup 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 blup, putting out all her points. That's what I mean about her. I'm not saying that she doesn't speak well. I'm just saying that
I gotcha.
Her performance.
So that will be exposed as these debates come and it gets less and less people, and you know you're not only getting 7 minutes, that's the kind of thing that will get exposed. I mean, and she'll probably make the third debate stage after what she did tonight. She'll make the third debate in September.
Depends on her numbers.
I think she'll make the third debate. I think she's gonna make it.
Well,
There'll still be like 10 people. There's gonna be a lot more people. Think it's gonna get knocked down to like 4 or 5 people. There'll be at least 10 people still remaining. Yang's gonna make it. I think Yang actually already did. Gabbard's gonna make it. I think Booker's still gonna make it. There's still gonna be a lot of people. They're gonna have a lot of people. The rules aren't as strict as people think they are. They're trying to make them strict, but
it's their rules. They can pretty much modify.
They can change them at any time.
Yeah,
That's true.
I mean, they can do whatever they want to make sure that whoever they want is going to be up there. But you guys keep chatting. I'm going to be right back. I gotta get some fluids here. I'll be right back.
All right. Hey, thanks, Spooky, for giving me a couple extra subscribers on Bitwave. That was appreciate that. Appreciate that. With you chewing me out on stream, I recorded and threw it up on Bitwave.
Hey, man.
Oh, sorry.
Listening back to it, I realized maybe you were just like.
I was trolling. I said they're gonna build a youth center with N64s.
And I'm like,
Clearly,
I got poked.
And then you started yelling. I'm like, well, I better run with this because I've never heard him get this mad. So I'm like, what the hell? I'm gonna run with it.
I stand by everything I said, but I was.
No, you're right.
I was a goof.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right that something should be done about this. Now, is that island even part of American? Like you were talking about, like why isn't the FBI or whatever going? Like I thought that island was like in a different country. I didn't think that was an American territory.
I mean, but he's being prosecuted in America, right? Like.
Yeah, but I mean, whose government? I guess is it?
Property. It's his property, so they should be able to like go search his property.
I think there's like international shit. I mean, they should be. Yeah, they should just say, "Fuck it, we're America. We'll do whatever the hell we want." But yeah, I thought there was some sort of like there's some sort of international rulings that kind of. Oh, it's U.S. Virgin Islands. There we go. Thank you, that scout. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Senator. Senator Hitler and Bill. So it's yeah. No, the FBI should be there then. If that's the case, the FBI should absolutely be there if it's the U.S. Virgin Islands.
And they're not. And we've seen that they're not. We've seen that there's fucking construction.
Yeah, they were building stuff,
there.
Which is weird. What they're doing, they're building stuff, and I think that's hiding a lot of the shit they're burying.
That's what I think.
That's why we get the drones to look at that, and while on the other side, they're burying. Did you see he had? What did he say today? What did they show today? He wanted to impregnate 20 different women to like keep his seed.
Yeah.
Active or something like so. He wanted to impregnate all these Mexicans.
I'm back. Who wants to do what now?
Epstein. He wanted to like seed 20 different women. He impregnated like 20 women or 20 underage women or whatever to keep his seed active or something like that. It was fucked up.
I had not heard.
The more I'm hearing about this, the more I am sure that he will be assassinated before like the big stuff comes.
Oh. I'm
because it'll get people against him.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of people that they don't want him to talk.
Where, if you don't mind me asking, Mitch, where did you hear about that?
Which one? The seed?
Epstein,
that was on Drudge. I saw it.
It was on Drudge, okay.
Yeah, it was on Drudge. It's got to be around here somewhere. Yeah, I saw it on Drudge. I hit Drudge up for a lot of stuff. Even if stuff I disagree with. I'm always been one of those people where like. You know, even if you disagree with shit, you should still at least read it and then just laugh at it and roll your eyes.
I believe that.
Yeah, but yeah, it was on Drudge. I don't see it right now, but I could just probably look it up. Oh, there we go. Sold Out's got the New York Times story. Yeah, Sold Out's got it right now.
I'm gonna bring it up on the screen here. Hold up. Let me do this here and make sure that.
Are you going to pull up the article?
Well, I'm gonna bring up the tweet and then I can actually click on the article here. Yeah, that's fine.
By the way, I don't know if you guys have looked at left-wing Twitter, which is all of Twitter, but Democrats are not expressed with their they're not impressed with their nominees. They were impressed last night. They were Warren's getting like eaten out by everybody. They are not impressed with this group of people. There's a lot of depression out. Preet Hara sounds like he wants to put a gun in his. When you read his tweets, is anybody uplifted now? Oh, Joe barely got by with a lot of help. I mean, I'm loving watching left-wing Twitter just completely frightened to the realistic possibility that Trump is going to win in 2020. And if he does, there's going to be at least 2 more Supreme Court seats open. At least. Oh, yeah, you saw that. He is an ass. But there's going to be Spahara. But there's going to be at least 2 more seats because Clarence Thomas will retire. And the chance of Ginsburg surviving that long is 0%. And don't forget, Breyer is also 81.
Real quick, you think you can pull this up? This is really important.
What's Ralph saying? Tulsi Gabbard and Joe Biden, de Blasio. How did de Blasio have a good night? Everyone else fit?
De
No, I think Gabbard.
was, like,
I think Biden.
Incredibly awkward the whole time.
I disagree. I agree with 2/3 of what Ethan put there. I disagree with 2/3 of it. I agree with 2/3. I mean, Gabbard and Biden was the winner because he was able to, like, basically, I'm going to put it in quotes, hold off the opposition, but mainly because Gabbard destroyed Kamala Harris. Because nobody else on there's numbers are even remotely close to Biden except for Kamala Harris. And Gabbard knifed her tonight.
If mainstream media wanted to, they could take the line where he said, you can, he said something like, you can't align yourself with Biden on the good stuff and then not talk about it during the bad stuff.
Yeah, that was Cory. Cory Booker was saying that.
And that wasn't a bad line, but Booker's delivery is such shit. And he sounds. I couldn't
remember it, so I guess
he sounds he just sounds like he's reading from a script, and he does this stupid. He's basically he does it like Beto. He just whips his arms around, and he's got these googly eyes. I think Booker will make the future debates.
Googly eyes.
He does.
Are you streaming on YouTube? You're done.
Oh, hey. It's not a race thing. It's a Booker thing. Hey, look, I'm the guy who sits there who there's no bigger fan of John James. How many times have I referenced John James winning that Michigan Senate seat in mine? I got nothing I have to defend here. Nothing. I'm the guy who came on Bitwave who admitted he has Jewish blood in him. I'm the guy who came on Bitwave who said I'd rather have black conservatives than white liberals. All right. People are like, oh, you're in an echo chamber. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
No, Bitwave is definitely not an echo chamber.
Yeah.
I can tell you just for myself, there's a lot of people, well, not a lot, but there's a good
You'll argue with everybody, dude, if you want to. No, I'm not saying you, but I'm saying you could.
Oh, yeah.
Like, everybody's got different opinions.
Again, I'm called the Bitwave Gunt on this channel.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. It's I think Animal Mother started that one. It's pretty funny. I've kind of embraced it. I gotta laugh at it. It was a good one, so I just embraced it.
Yeah, I know. Mandalorian's been trying to stick certain nicknames on me, but none of them have worked out because none of them make sense.
Mitch. So, did you guys find it funny tonight that? And I only got like 15 minutes. I gotta go. We gotta go feed the baby again.
Yeah.
Did you guys find it funny tonight that the entire night, basically everybody crapped all over Obama's policies and crapped all over especially they crapped all over the economy, which is hilarious. The Democrats are doing the economy sucks angle, which is okay. Yeah, tell the people getting jobs the economy sucks. But they do all that. They talk about how bad the economy sucks and how it's not working for anybody.
Which
and then
is not true
Castro
at all,
and then Castro goes, "Thanks, Obama, for the economy." And I looked at that and I went, "You fucking retard! Do you not read the room? Are you not read?" And even people clapping, going, and all of a sudden, wait, aren't we attacking the economy? I'm like, dude, learn how to read the room.
Yeah, it slowly dawned on them during the applause that we was like, whoa,
your
average
Democrat thinks that the.
Sorry, Cleric, that nickname doesn't work. It's too long.
Your average Democrat thinks that the fucking Obama era, what is it? The employment rate is the same as it is now. But the thing they don't remember is the big scandal about how they were counting people who were, say, on welfare, but were not looking for jobs.
Oh, they
counted those people as employed.
Oh my God,
so
yeah. The unemployment
they had
numbers
insanely fluffed up numbers.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The numbers during the Obama administration during those 8 years, they were so manipulated that people that just gave up looking for work, they did not count them as unemployed.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the thing.
You have a record number of people off of welfare.
I don't know what you're talking about when it comes to that. I don't go on Reddit.
So
that's misspelled.
on my show, I've talked as I keep promoting my shit, right? On my show, I say this all the time. When you look at that graph that Democrats like to put up and liberals like to put up on Twitter with like the economy, Bush years, Obama years, Trump years, and it shows like the upward trend. They put the years at the bottom. You notice when the economy starts to go up the most is when Obama lost power. Like when he had all three branches, the economy took like its hardest dip downward.
Oh yeah.
And then all of a sudden, if you actually look at the exact date, you can see basically the date that was a couple days after Scott Brown won dead Ted Kennedy's seat to prevent the 60 filibuster-proof Senate. The economy ticked a little bit upward.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And then it started ticking down at a slower pace. And then when the Republicans bludgeoned Obama, the economy started going up. The economy under Obama can be directly correlated to Republicans taking power away from them.
Yeah,
and Democrats, they don't I know Scott Brown. They don't. How could you lose to Scott Brown? By the way, that's how bad Martha Coakley. I'm from Massachusetts. I was a volunteer for Scott Brown, calling people up. I had plenty of people screaming at me about that. That I'm supporting a racist with Scott Brown, even though there was no proof of that because it's Massachusetts. That's where I used to live. But I was like, when Scott Brown won, man, I felt like I did something. I felt like I accomplished something.
Nice.
I was like, that's right. Those people I called in the Worcester surrounding suburb area, yeah, that's who won it. The people I called, who told me to go fuck myself. Or the old person who told me they were bathing their kid. I'm like, you're not bathing. Come on. Go vote Brown.
Well, but, more people should get involved in politics. I think that's one of the biggest problems that we have in our nation is a serious lack of involvement and a serious lack of being well informed when you go to vote. That's why people like, for example, AOC get elected. That's why people like Obama even got elected, because nobody's really paying fully attention. They just have these general ideas of what Democrats are supposed to be and what Republicans are supposed to be, and most people just go straight party ticket and that's it. They don't really pay attention. Then you have the not small percentage, but you have the percentage of centrist people that flip-flop between the two parties, because they're not hard-nosed one party or the other, and that's where that's the biggest issue that we have in our election, that even some of these a good percentage of these centrists, they're not well informed either. So that's a big thing. That's a big thing that, to me, I've always told people, listen, pay attention to politics. Pay attention to what politicians are saying. Read bills if you can, if you have the time. Be involved. You have to be involved if you want change to happen. If you want things to happen for what your beliefs are, don't leave it up to other people, because they're not going to do anything for you. You got to go out there and do it yourself. Well, centrists are kind of flip-floppy. I think centrists, like, definitely not the FBI. I'm replying to what he's saying. Centrists.
Yeah, I saw it. I was going to reply to that too, but I'll let you go first.
Well, I'm just repeating it on stream in case some people don't see the chat or they're looking away or whatever. So the issue with that is, to me, I understand some people don't have like hard principles that they adhere to regularly. They're more kind of wishy-washy in the sense that they kind of go with the flow on certain things, and they're willing to change their mind on stuff. Well, I mean, I kind of use those interchangeably, independent and center, because really, at the end of the day, what are you saying? Because, like, even for myself, I'm not registered with any political party, but there's no freaking way I can even vote for a Democrat just based on principle. So
I see, if you don't mind me jumping in here.
Yeah,
so a lot of times when I see a person who calls himself a centrist, they're basically 95% on one side, but 5% on the other, and that 5% is basically they feel very strongly about, and that's why they'll say, "Oh, I'm a centrist. I've voted for Democrats before," because it's something like a lot of that was, in some of these states was gay rights, right, or marijuana. They'll call themselves a centrist, yet they're pretty far to the right. So I always see when I talk to centrists, that's usually what I hear is, well, I'm the center. I can vote for either party. It's either usually it's because they have one stance that they're hard on that's on the other side of the aisle, or they just like a candidate. They find a candidate to be like, very charismatic.
Yeah.
And then they'll go to the other side and say they were centrist.
Yeah, it's usually a one issue thing for them.
Well, I'm talking. Oh no, you're right. It's not really centrist, but I'm saying these people call themselves centrist when they're really not in the center. They kind of have a couple issues, if probably one issue one side and everything else on the other side. I'm a centrist. Like I have two parents that are centrist. One's a Republican and one's a Democrat. They both say they're centrist. They're not.
I don't know. Like, to me, when someone tells me that they're centrist, the question that comes to my mind is, well, what's the criteria that you use in deciding? Because
this should be good. Let's
see.
Oh, here we go. It's super cool how we're all just pretending Tulsi isn't a sad Putin apologist. A Hillary Clinton advisor.
Oh, hold on. Let me bring this up on my stream. That's kind of funny.
See, and definitely not the FBI. Who's, I mean, again, you're making good points. Here's the thing. I look at a lot of these people, though. It's like they still seem to be almost all on one side, and then a couple of issues they go to the other side. The Sargon tier centrist. That's what that are on Sargon streams or Sargon's videos. They're like 90% on this side, but a couple issues here, and they say they're centrist, which is fine. Like I said, I can care what less say you are. I mean, if I told you I'm a centrist, you'd tell me I'm full of shit, and you'd be right. But
yeah, but I mean, let's well, I mean, some people misname themselves. That's fine, but I'm saying people that actually say they're centrist and they are centrist. I don't think that these people are, even those people, I don't really believe that they're truly centrist. I think it's opportunistic for them to say something like that. Like, for example, when you took, when Clinton was running against Bush Sr., he basically portrayed himself as a moderate, like a kind of a centrist.
I mean, you look at him compared to now, you could argue him then was a Republican compared to what they are now, but I understand what you're saying.
Kind of, yeah, but the thing is, even if you actually look at all the policies and everything that he was doing back then, there were pretty clear Democrat policies.
Oh, yeah. I agree.
They were very left-leaning. So it was more just when someone says they're centrist, to me, it's like just a pretense to say, oh, no, I'm not hard liberal or conservative, and I don't believe that. I think people at the core have certain beliefs where they're like, whether you're maybe not 90% or 80% or something like that, but you're definitely going to be in the 70s on either side, no matter what. You could be 70% Democrat or 70% liberal, or 70% liberal, 70% conservative. I don't really believe that there's people that are truly down the middle, because that means you have zero principles, essentially.
Yeah, if you're 70-30, I'll sit there and be like, yeah, you're a centrist. I mean, that's, to me, centrist. I think a lot of them are like 90-10. But again, if you want to say you're centrist, okay.
A lot of them
I don't know. Tim Pool comes across as a fucking...
I love Tim every video. But guys, and I like Tim. Tim's really good. He's really smart. And he's found an opening to really get his name out there, and he's great. Don't get me wrong. I just love that. Guys, I'm on the left. I'm on the left of all these people. Yeah. So let me tell you why that side sucks, okay?
Yeah.
And I love Tim, but yeah, Tim does it all. I'm on the left, guys. I'm on the... Okay, Tim.
Tim is funny.
He's what you're saying, like, not principled. So sometimes he'll have like his pro-life, his pro-choice shit is basically just having no principle.
Well, I think
you can have principle. It's just you where you stand is it's just not like all on one side. I mean, that is what I mean. If you want to define a centrist, that's probably what they should call a centrist. You're like majority over here, but there's a couple things over here. So, I mean, you could have called me that, because that was always like with gay marriage.
He's a radical centrist.
Even
he's extremist neutral.
Yeah, well,
he's a fence sitter, all right. That fence post is so far up his ass.
It tickles his brain.
Yeah,
but it makes him smarter.
But like
again, I like Tim. Tim's good.
I like him too.
Yeah,
I liked I liked before. I only got a couple minutes before I go, and I apologize for sounding like on YouTube. Like, dude, calm down. I don't know, right? I'm just because I'm a boomer. I don't know how to do technology. It's outside of like my real life job of networking. I can't do like this. God damn it. Yeah, keep going. I fucking forgot. God, I'm a boomer. Plus, I'm going on no sleep.
Well, no,
if I remember, I'll jump back. I'll jump back in there. Oh, yeah, Spooky. I liked how like the Fuentes thing, Spooky yesterday. Nick can't win. When basically I'm sitting there saying, Nick, you need to talk more, and who was it? Somebody was saying, Nick, Nick, shut up.
Yeah,
Nick
he
can't
talks
win.
too
Like,
much. He
dude,
talks
anybody who's
enough.
popular, you're gonna get there.
Yeah.
But no, like I said, I think Fuentes is great. I just thought, his after show, his post show was really good when he actually was talking about it. It's like he's just kind of sitting there watching the thing, and I'm just like, he should at least be in chatting. See, the best way to do these things is text to speech. Think 7,000 people text to speech perfectly.
No.
Would go perfect.
No.
Would go great. It'd be
Terrible.
fantastic.
That's awful. That's the
It'd
worst
be
thing ever.
fantastic. Be the greatest.
Oh God, that would be insane.
But I'm gonna. You guys are watching me on BitChute. I appreciate it. You guys on BitChute. I'm gonna jump out because I gotta go feed the girl. If you're on my channel, I'm going to. You know what? Maybe this week I'll show a picture of the first Bitwave baby later this week. And
yeah. And by the way,
put a picture
Mitch,
up there.
I didn't get a chance to say this to you when the birth happened, but congratulations, my man.
Thank you, sir. It was the greatest moment it was the greatest moment in my life. It was the single greatest thing. I don't know if you guys have kids or not. It was it's amazing. It's really, it happens and you think and you go, okay, this is going to be nice, and then it happens and you're like, holy shit, this is unbelievable. And it's really
thank God you were there. You gotta be there.
Right I was there for the entire process. I
don't know.
I had to help her. I had to help hold her leg up. I'm trying to say this quietly so she doesn't hear me in the background. I was holding her leg up, and I'm sitting there going, "Well, I'm here. I might as well see what this looks like." And I'm like, "Huh, okay." That's
sometimes they'll take a shit. Did you know that?
That did not happen. Yes, I was expecting that to possibly happen, but that did not happen in this one. But let's just say that thing gets big before it pushes the kid out. It gets big, but she did a great job. It's just 2 hours of labor, and she pushed out a kid who was a girl who was 8.7 pounds. I mean, that's a big girl.
TMI, dude. TMI.
Yeah. But guys, thanks for having me on. I'm only around sparingly now because of all with the kids stuff. But I really had a good time, and I appreciate you guys giving me the chance to come on and be on your show. And in the future, hopefully I can jump on more in the future. But I was listening to you guys on and off when the kid was sleeping, and then I was kind of reading transcripts of what was going on while she was awake. So I was listening to you guys, listening to you a bit. So it was good stuff.
Thank you,
it was really, really good stuff. And Spooky, of course, the spookiest of hours is always is always entertaining. And there's nothing better than hearing that Spanish woman go, "Spooky." I could hear that all goddamn day. Just
the fucking Mexican, the Mexican.
Spanish, Spooky. Spanish. Anyway, so thanks for having me on, guys. I'll jump off.
All right, congrats again, man.
Thank you very much, guys. Hey, Chad, have a good one. I'll talk to you guys later.
Take it easy, man. Take it easy. And that was actually kind of historic too. It's the first time, like I've always jumped on Mitch's streams. This is the first time Mitch jumped on my stream. So there you go. Making progress. But I think that for myself, I don't know if Spook, you're gonna start your own stream or anything like that right now, or if you already are streaming, I'm not entirely sure, honestly.
I'm not right now, no.
Okay, because I am a wage slave.
Yeah,
it's midnight Eastern Standard Time here. I'm gonna have to call it a night. We had a very long stream. We're going on like 4 hours, dude. 4-hour stream. Woo!
Yeah, it was good shit.
Hot damn.
Hey, one thing, you kept oh man, it pissed me off. I was driving in the car, I was actually yelling. You would like, right, I can't remember, there was a big fucking question and then answer, and right when it went to the answer, you like slid the volume down and you talked over it. And I was like, fuck no. I was like, no, what the fuck are you doing? But yeah, it was a really good show. Other than that, you have a lot of good commentary. So
Oh, thank you, thank you. Well, I mean, I didn't want to compete with their voices, so I didn't want to, because when both are at the same level, then it's hard to hear me and it's hard to hear them. So I was really trying to stay quiet during their answers because I wanted to give everyone the opportunity to hear what they were saying. But certain things, it pissed me off so much I had to interject. So I do
well,
apologize.
I don't know about that site, but like if you use YouTube, if it's live like that, especially if it has a section where they're gonna step away and you know that, you can just pause it. You know what I mean?
Well, this was
Because then
this
when
was a
it,
live stream.
yeah,
And
can't you pause it still or no? I thought it had a slider.
Yeah, actually, I probably could have just paused it and then resumed.
And then when it goes to commercial, it's just less commercial.
Yeah, well, I mean, I did kind of try and interject more during the breaks, and I mean, this is the very first time I've done a live commentary on something, so obviously there's a learning curve, and I do appreciate any feedback on that, and that's very good feedback. I appreciate that, so I'll try next time to keep in mind that I can actually use the video's pause features itself, and I mean, it may
Yeah, it's gonna
drag
be like site dependent. Sometimes,
Yeah.
like if that one was a finicky pause and not, then it's like, fuck you, Spooky, for you can't do that. You know what I mean?
Well,
So, and I get it.
Honestly, I really don't know if you could or not. If I can, next time I'll keep that in mind. I forgot that I thought it was going to be tomorrow. That's why I didn't even think about it. At 7:54, I realized that the debate was going to go on at 8, and I got this all pulled together in 6 minutes to do a live commentary.
Mm-hmm.
So somehow with
I was watching your show beforehand. You're like, oh, it's tonight.
Yeah, I was just doing some audio testing because I had microphone issues during my last stream. So, this is gonna be, I guess, the official episode 11, I guess, of my little thing that I do, and I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I wonder if I'm gonna have to break this up where I can actually upload an entire 4-hour video to like BitChute and YouTube.
I don't know, but I appreciate you streaming it and talking over it, even though I had a couple issues with how you did it in a couple places. Because I'd much rather watch, somebody, I don't know, somebody streaming to the platform talking about it than like Nick Fuentes, for example. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
yeah, and I appreciate the
commentary
views
and the interaction and shit like that. So
yeah, I appreciate the views. I had a good number here on Bitwave. I had interactions on DLive. I had people on Periscope. I appreciate all of you on all the platforms, especially Bitwave, because you guys are my best audience. So we may disagree on some things, but you guys are pretty cool, and I love the fact that I can say whatever the hell I want on here without any sort of repercussion.
that's the real beauty of it. It's everybody saying things untethered.
Yeah.
And it comes with a lot of, detriment to your sanity more than anything else. But if you can deal with that and find ways to deal with that, I mean, it's the fucking human experience. Honestly, it's talking to people without people could say whatever the fuck they want, and that's beautiful. So
I perfectly agree with how free speech has been interpreted and defined here in the United States when it comes to that sort of thing. The only thing that I don't agree with people inciting violence, and free speech doesn't include that, and that's the thing for me is like everything else. Hey, say it.
When somebody says let's go X and do Y or whatever, let's go to X and do Y, and it's a violent act, then that's where I draw the line. So
That's right. I've been missing your bit raves, Meave. I'm gonna have to, make an effort to tune in. I've been missing them. But all right, guys. Thanks, Spook, for coming on. I really appreciate it, and I appreciate all the feedback and everything. I appreciate all the viewers. I appreciate the follows and everything. And
I appreciate the stream, and I speak for at least some of us. So
that's good.
Yeah, good
That's
shit.
good.
I'm gonna go ahead and sunset myself, man. Thanks for having me on.
All right, thank you. Take it easy, Spook, and I want to wish everyone a good night. You're welcome, Meave. Thank you very much. Have a good night, kids. Sweet dreams, and I'll catch you on the flip side here. We're gonna do another stream soon. I'm gonna try and up the frequency of my streams because I've been kind of in and out and absent. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Alt-Reich. And I want to wish Bitwave. Thanks, Vinyl. I want to wish Bitwave good night, Periscope good night, and D-Live good night. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.